Welcome to another Felt Alive video workshop. My name is Petal, and today we're going to be making this little fairy. She's super fun, super cute, very flexible, fully jointed, without the use of wire armatures. We're going to work through a series of steps to make these body parts using core wool batting, and then we're going to cover her with a layer of skin tone wool batting. And then we're going to make her beautiful using all kinds of different colors of wool. So the first thing we're going to do is get started on these body parts. Body parts are the probably the toughest thing to learn how to make, but once you master them, it's super easy to bring all of your ideas to life without having to use wire armatures. We're going to joint these parts together, making very flexible, realistic movement. There's two main body parts. This is the torso, this is the head. Here we have the upper arms, the lower arms, the upper legs, and the lower legs. We want to get them felted fairly dense, but not so hard that they lose squishability. The torso is a little bit harder. You see how it's flat? Going to have to hold all these parts onto it, so we need it pretty firm without being rock hard. It's got a little flexibility. Now these smaller parts, they have some flexibility, but they're pretty firm. It's kind of hard to show you on film. I wish you could squish them. I'll work with you with them as we get going. So I'm going to move all these little parts out of my way here. And we're going to start making a series of them. We're going to start with the torso shape first. Here I have 1 ounce of core wool. And just to give you some reference, she weighs just a little over 1 ounce. So since she's all wool, there's nothing else there, it took 1 1/4 ounces of wool total. All colors, all things to make her. So this is 1 ounce of wool batting, so I'm anticipating using about 1/2 to 3/4 of an ounce to get her all her body parts done. The first step in this is to prepare the wool batting. What I like to do is stack it up in some little sheets that are about the size of my hand. This sheet is larger than my hand, see it's hanging over, it becomes difficult to work with. So I'm just going to take that, hold on to it and rip it up. So now I have this stack. It's smaller than my hand, but this part's not very big. By the time we get all compacted down and felted, it'll be about that right size. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, stack of about 4 small sheets. So now, this is the tricky part, and if you need to replay this over and over until you get it right, then please do so. It'll make your needle felting world a whole lot easier. So the idea is to get this wool shaped into this. This wool has a lot of air in it, so we're going to want to get that compacted out before we ever start using our felting needle. And speaking of, let's get that ready. This is my yellow 40T needle. I find it's a great all-purpose needle. And it's what I do most of my felting with. So have that on the ready. I keep them in a little plastic cup here on the side to protect them. They get broken real easy, so with the fragile tips. So you want to be careful to keep them stored away when you're not using them. So now that I have my little stack and my needle ready, what I want to do is start rolling this up to compact all the air out to get it ready for poking it with the needle. So I have it in my left hand, and there's some loose fibers. My thumb's kind of hidden over there. Most of the wool's down here. So the first thing I want to do is get a good fold over the top. See, I'm folding it over my thumb. I'm not folding it tight over my thumb. I'm just folding it over there until I can get my thumb out. So there's a nice fold there. So I want to fold it again one more time. And as I'm folding this thumb here, it's stretching the wool tight. I want to keep it nice and tight, especially in the middle of the shape. I don't want it loose and floppy in the middle. So you hear that sound? I've got it compacted pretty good. So now I want to take this left-hand side and deal with these loose fibers. I want to get them managed, wrangled. I like to say I'm wrangling the fibers. So I could fold them, but then I would have a fold spot. So what I want to do is just take the length of my thumb and pull them down, pull those loose fibers down. There's my other thumb getting hidden. I'm going to pull that out of the way. And now I'm going to be holding it in my left hand. You can see the start of an egg shape starting to happen. It's wider here and narrower here. So you see how I'm just pinching it. I've got it out of my left hand into my right hand, and it's still pinched. I move it back and forth in my hands just to make sure I've got a good grip on it, and just stretching any loose wool down. So now I'm going to take this, it's a little bit less fiber on the skinnier side, but I want to push it over with my thumb again, and see how I just took my left thumb and just picked it up a little. I'm grabbing all the loose fibers, and now all those loose fibers are turning into kind of a tail right here between my fingers. So here's the start of the egg shape, and here's the tail. So I just rolled it down one more time, and I'm just going to keep rolling it, making sure to force those fibers in the middle. I'm pretty much just pinching them, but here's, see that tail right here? So I'm going to just keep rolling. Okay, see, it's an egg. It's not as nice as this one because we have to needle sculpt it first. So I'm holding on to it. If I let go at this point, it's just going to turn back into that fluff of wool we started with, and then we'll have to roll it up again. Here's that little tail. You can see that right in there. There's that little tail. So I'm going to hold this down on my felting pad. Very carefully, watching my fingers. I'm just going to needle felt gently that little tail down. Once I needle felt that little tail down, it'll hold this piece into shape. Do you see how I'm very carefully stabbing? I'm not going in any deeper than the working length of the blade. And I'm probably not even going that deep, maybe about halfway in. I just want to tack these loose fibers down to the surface. So now that it's rolled up, now it's time to needle felt it. So you can see that there's seams and lines where the wool rolled around itself. That will all needle felt out. So the idea of this is just to poke in and out gently. See how I'm just holding my wrist? It just rests on my felting pad. I try not to take my needle and hammer away into it. I just want to just do these gentle jabs, and I turn my egg into the needle rather than working my needle all over the egg. I want to just keep my hand fairly fixed as I roll this thing around. I want to start working first on this pointy end, so I'm working it around to taper it. But before I go too far, I just want to get that started. Turn it over here and keep felting. So yeah, I mentioned that this piece was a little bit flattened. This one's a little rounder, so now's the time to start working on getting it flat. So squishing and poking. It's one of my mottos, always saying it. Squish and poke, squish and poke. That's the whole idea of needle felting. The sculptural kind of needle felting. So I'm squishing it flat. So this end here, you see there's a lot of fluff still, so I can just hold it down tight and needle felt it down. So you see here I'm needle felting towards my fingers. I want to make sure I know where that needle point is going because it's very sharp and it can poke into my skin, and I don't like that when that happens. So I'm just trying to get this end done so I can keep working. I have to be a little more cautious when I'm not stabbing down towards my felting pad. If I'm stabbing towards my finger, I'm very careful. The idea of this is just to roll it around, move it around evenly. Don't poke in one place for too long. And you want to go for a nice even shape that you can't pull fluff off of. See, I can still pull fluff off that one. So usually I give myself, for a shape this size, I give myself about 5 minutes or so to work it, to get a nice shape. So the sides I want to get felted down too. See, I'm squishing. So I'm not stabbing all the way through. If I stab all the way through, you'll hear the telltale crunch of my felting pad under there. And there's really not many reasons you need to felt deeply into your felting pad. So if you hear that sound, you're felting too deep. You're working too hard and you're not really accomplishing what you want. You want to felt the fibers at the surface and right underneath the surface. So you see I'm just rolling it around, sculpting it into a shape I like. And let me see if there's soft spots and things, which your first egg shapes are likely to have soft spots and be a little misshapen. And I could show you how to fix that. Because you're going to need to learn how to fix that, I always have to fix up my shapes a little bit, and work on them to make them lovely and perfect. The better you get your shapes made, the better your doll is going to be built. The structural integrity of your doll will be that much better if you take the time to get your pieces felted. So this one's kind of lumpy. It's squishy in the middle. So what I want to do to fix that is just take one more little sheet of wool, about the same size as I started all the others with, and I just want to take that in my hand like I started that egg shape and lay that egg shape right on it. So now I'm going to fold these fibers over and I want to pull them tight. It's going to clean up the shape. And roll it down, just like I did with the egg shape. Try to force any loose fibers around the edges, and then you'll have to needle felt it all down. So this trick here, you see how my fingers just along that whole shape, it's pressing down onto the pad, but not so hard that it's hurting me. I'm just holding it firmly. Giving it a nice elongated flat shape and helping me get these fibers down. And what is this, you ask? This little thing that just appeared. It's a little piece of straw or grass or something from the field where the sheep lived. And since this is a core part, it's going to be hidden. I don't worry too much about it. Usually as you felt along, things like that pop out. If it bothers you, just pick it out. Again, I'm just going around the whole thing until there's no more loose fibers. And it's going to shrink a little bit as we sculpt it. So as you're going, start sculpting it into a nice triangular shape that's flattened, and we'll show you how to get that rounded shape first, but before we move on. So this tip here, it becomes where you attach the legs on and the groin of your doll. So that tip needs to be fairly narrow, pointed. Otherwise you'll have very wide hips, and we want this fairy to be slightly delicate and dainty. So back and forth, all around. I'm holding onto my needle pretty lightly. I don't like to grip too hard. It's gets me tired faster, and also if I should happen to accidentally hit my finger, if I'm not gripping so hard, my needle will slip before it hurts me too bad. So I'm keeping a relaxed grip. I'm felting only as deep as I need to. I'm not forcing that needle deep into the pad. All of these things keep your needle from breaking because these are very fragile, and keeps you from stabbing yourself. So I'm going to turn it this way, and it's turning it into a lovely flat shape. So again, probably once you get it into shape, you'll need to needle felt it for about 5 minutes all around. You want to make sure that the sides are felted nicely, because like the tip, I'll hold this up here, the arms are going to attach here to the side, the legs are going to attach down here, and the head's going to attach here. If they're not well felted, you're not going to get a good attachment. So we want to make sure they're well felted. And well felted just means it's very difficult to pull loose fibers up. And the other thing to look for is the density. You don't want an air pocket underneath where you're going to hook an arm. So we're going to keep going around this edge to see where we're at. I don't want soft spots. Looking pretty good. Turn it over to the other side. It's getting flat. It's getting longer now, but we're going to fix that in a minute, just as soon as we get these sides flat. Felt it up. Squishing it flat as I go. You have just a brief moment after you squish to get it felted before it expands back to where it was before you squished. It just takes a couple of stabs to lock those fibers together so that it keeps the shape you're going for. See how it's squishing in real easy there? That's gonna not make a very good arm attachment. So, more sculpting. This is a very crucial piece, so this is gonna take a little bit longer than the other pieces we're gonna have to make. This is great practice for the sculpting you're gonna have to do throughout. Or I should say the sculpting you're gonna get to do. So some of the things I'm looking for is that my part isn't so thick that she's going to be a very portly little fairy. We don't want her barrel chested or barrel shaped. You might, but this little one I'm demonstrating is a very petite body. If you do want a portlier character, just make this shape a little thicker. Don't have to worry about flattening it out so much. Okay, so here I am holding it, and if I go so deep, see how this needle travels fast? See the end of it right here? That's an injury waiting to happen, so I have to be very, very careful when I'm holding it like this, just to not go very deep, and be very aware of where that tip of the needle is in relation to my my fingers. Okay, we're getting close on this one. This is going to be all covered with her skin color, her flesh tone wool, so if it's a little lumpy, that's okay, but it has to be evenly felted. You don't want, here's another one of those little air pockets. Just kind of the nature of it. And you just have to keep feeling for it and making sure your piece is well felted. So I'm trying to squish out any kind of lumps, get her nice and flat. And there's this piece. So this body is longer. It would just make my fairy a little longer and thinner. But there's a little more room for sculpting. So these little fairies are maybe 10 inches long at the very most, but you can go larger or smaller using the exact same methods. It's just the amount of wool you use. So it's getting there. Now what I want to do is flatten this top out and start working that curve in. So I'm just going to keep going back and forth around this, and you see I'm holding the curve. It's not a very dramatic curve, and you can sculpt it more as you put the body together, but I find it just helps, and you'll see when we get there. Make sure to flatten this tip down. So what I'm doing here was, while I'm flattening this tip down, I'm shortening the shape. And to do that, I'm squishing it while I'm poking. I'm also forcing the fibers up into the middle by the direction of where my needle's going. If this tip's a little thick, I can, instead of needle felting it down flat, I can needle felt it sideways, pushing fibers out into the middle, and I'll be able to flatten this tip down without it being so thick. There, it's getting there. Rolling it around. And keep going until it looks like a nice triangular wedge shape that's even. This one needs more work on this side, obviously. See how it's not shaped nicely? And that's a good introduction to needle sculpting, is getting this little piece shaped just right. And again, my motto is squish and poke, squish and poke. Squish it into the shape you like, the shape you need, and then poke it to hold it in place. And if you have to start over on this piece because you're just not getting it together, it's just great practice. The main thing is that you get the idea of getting these body parts made and getting them made right, because it's going to save you a lot of time and headache later on as you go to attach all these parts together. So here I'm flattening out the top of her torso because her neck's going to attach right there, and I need it flat and I need it to be sturdy. You just don't want her head flopping around too much. So squaring it off a little bit, flattening it out so she's not barrel chested. Squishing. Squishing and poking. Okay. That is close enough. The next piece we're going to make is the shape for her head. And that's done exactly the same way as the torso, except for we don't flatten it out so much. So, and it probably takes about as much wool. So I think if I recall, we started with about 4 little sheets of wool here. Any little messy stuff I put in the center. So I'm going to take a little bit out because I don't want her head too big. It's easier to add more than to take off. I'll probably say that a million times throughout the workshop too. So I've got it in my left hand, some of the fluff over the top of my hand, and most of it on the other side of my hand. So I've got it contained here. I'm going to go over my thumb, pull it out of there. One more time down. That feels nice and solid. So I'm going to take my thumb and gently pull those fibers over, get that thumb out, and get them pinched with this other thumb here. Again on this side. Okay, this side I'm pulling them down. I'm just going to release my thumb enough right there. This is my left thumb to grab those while not letting all of this go. It's kind of tricky. You have to learn to just let go just enough and fast enough to grab hold without letting it all go. So now I've gone over from the left, over from the right. I'm going to come down one more time all the way over. Get my thumb out of there right now before it gets pinned in there. See, there's a little more loose fibers on that side. See the egg shape starting to develop. I'm going to get those pulled over. Take advantage of the stretchiness of the wool. There's not much there, but there's a little, and so I'm going to pull it over and just try to grab it. So now we've got this tail. Go down over one more time, keeping all that tail fiber right in the center of your shape. So I'm going to lay it down on my pad again. Got my finger down along it. I'm squishing it without hurting myself. Just putting a little pressure on it. And just really gentle, very carefully going along the side of my finger. Don't want to get too close. Okay, I'm not going to let go yet. It's not quite there. I'm going to just give it a little roll while I'm still holding on to it. Another one. Another roll. There. So, it's not quite this shape. So, we're going to have to sculpt. Should be a big end and a small end. You can feel it in there. It's not always exactly visible which end is the bigger end. You'll feel it once you start poking. So here I go again, just rolling it all around while I needle felt it without going too deep. Start squishing it. See how that's going to get it really close? So I'm going to squish it right here. Keep squishing it. If you felt in one spot too long, it's going to flatten that spot out. And you'll have to work it out. So don't felt too long, don't needle felt, don't stab your needle in one place too long. You want to keep your whole piece moving around a little bit, rolling around to make it nice and even. Sure you know where your fingers are. Should feel it starting to come into shape. I'm going to do it, squish it down and needle felt right down into it from the top. So I've gone over that for a few minutes. I'm going to check it out. So this is going to become her face. And while it doesn't have to support much, it does have to hold her features in place. So if you have soft spots, you could wind up having an eye keep sinking away to nowhere. Her face just could be totally uneven, which a little bit of uneven is okay, but you want a nicely felted shape. This one's still a little squishy for my liking. So all that means is more felting. I'm going to start at the top. Seems like a lot of time as you're going through this, but it is a time saver in the end once you get these parts made correctly. Because the rest of it goes super fast. Just rolling it gently, helping get the shape, kind of like clay. But you have to needle and felt it once you get it. So I feel a real soft spot right here. Just means I need to felt it a little bit more. Okay, that's feeling pretty good. It's squishy enough to get a nice sculpt, to be able to sculpt her face, but it's firm enough and solid. I don't feel any weak, soft spots. And it'll hold all her features in place. So, we've got the two major body parts done. The littler parts are a little bit trickier. One reason is that you need to make them match, or match as closely as possible, especially in length and width. They can be a little different in shape. They don't have to be perfect, but pretty close, and you want them the same density too. So the squishiness, you see they can bend, but they're pretty sturdy. Trying to give you an idea what these little parts feel like. So we're going to need 8 of these parts. You're going to need two parts for the upper legs, 2 parts for the lower legs, and again 2 parts for the upper arms, and then 2 little parts for the lower arms. So I usually start with the legs. So let me just get these out of the way again. Just get this one, so work on this one. So it's the same technique as we used for the larger egg shapes, except for it's a little bit mini and done more in your fingertips rather than in the palm of your hand. So So if you remember, you started your torso with four little sheets of wool. This one had 3. The head did. So this one is just gonna have a little bit. That's pretty technical. So I have 2 little pieces of wool. I like to put a smaller one on top of it. It gives it a little bit of meat in the inside. So you see it's about enough to cover this part of my hand, my fingers. So I've got it gripped in my left hand, and again I have fibers just a little bit over here, and the most of it is down here. So I'm going to fold this over my thumb, gently get it out of there, pinch it, fold it over one more time. It's tight in there, so I'm going to gently fold these over. See how I'm just getting my thumb out of the way enough to grab it. Again, fold it over. I want to keep the center of this part pinched tight. Okay, now I'm folding these end fibers over. So I'm pretty much just playing with it between my fingertips, but there it's starting to happen. As I'm just pinching these fibers and keeping on rolling it over, my main thing is to keep it super tight between my fingers. See my grip there getting a little bit white. I don't want to grip it so tight that I hurt myself, and then I don't want to make the rest of these parts. But I don't want it to let go. I don't want it to be puffy. So here's the slim end and the fat end, and here's this tiny little tail. You can barely see it under there. So that tail's just going to wrap right around to the middle. See that little slim egg now? So I'm going to lay that down. Same thing as before. I don't want to let go. But this is a little scarier than the last one. Don't be afraid, just keep your eyes on it very closely. So keep your finger pressed down along the length of it, keep it pressed into your pad gently. I'm just going to go back and forth a couple times. Just gently. I'm only going in just maybe halfway in my blade. I don't want to push fibers all the way through to my felting pad. So I don't want to let go yet. I'm going to just give it a roll. Give it another roll. So that should be holding it all together pretty good. Some loose fibers puffed up there. I'm just going to pull them around tight. So your shape should be something like that. It very well may look more like this if you didn't roll it up tightly. Same amount of wool, but it's just not rolled up tightly. Or it might look like this if you're struggling with the edges of your pieces. You tend to get flattened barrel looking shapes. So if yours looks like this at this point, where it should look like this, take a thin sheet of wool. I like to think of it as binding it down, like say with an elastic bandage. If you've sprained your ankle or something, you can get a little stretch in that. So that fluffy shape under there is just getting compressed, and that's what we want. So you see there, it's way smaller than it was, and it was a really easy fix. If you add too much wool, your body part may get so big you can't use it and you'll have to make another one. So be careful of that. It's easier to add more. So the shape and size of these limbs is going to determine the shape and size of your little fairy. I'm trying to keep all our parts pretty delicate, petite. And the main thing on that is the points of these shapes need to be tapered down really nicely because it becomes her joints. And if you have a barrel-shaped joint that ends like this, you're going to have a really chunky joint and very difficult to use. So we want to make sure they get all tapered down, not like that, but like this. And so I spend a few minutes on each part making sure that's done. But I don't want them to be rock hard. If they're rock hard, there's no flexibility in them. So you felt just enough, and then you move along. See how I tore that random chunk of fiber off? If I can't figure out where it might go, just tear it off rather than felt it in. Okay, now I'm going to very carefully and again, you don't want to get the squared off shape. It might start out that way, but you're going to want to round it off. You want to round off the thicker end and taper the thin end to a point. That's all done with a lot of rolling and poking. So again, kind of like clay, these parts, I use this a lot to get them lengthened. And sometimes it makes them really long when you do it, but that's okay because it'll shrink back down as soon as you start poking it. It's really important to poke it after you've rolled it in your hand like it's clay, because it's going to remember the shape it started and expand back to that. Well, it has a lot of memory. So those are my two shapes I'm working on for the upper legs. Obviously, they're not looking like they're a matched pair, so I want them the same length. This one's just not sculpted all the way yet, but that's I can still see I'm going to need to add a little bit more, and this is a good lesson. Always, you probably can't watch it enough. This not only fixes a lumpy shape, but it saves you a lot of trying to needle felt something into shape when you can just wrap wool around it and get it bound into shape. The tighter you wrap it, the faster it felts. Look at there, they're starting to match pretty quickly. This one needs a little more rounding out, a little more felting around them all the way around, a few minutes on each part. And this one just can be squished just a little bit to make it the same length. and round off that end. So they need a little more felting because they're a little more flexible than these ones. Not much, but a little. They're a little softer than this, so it just means I just need to roll them around a few more minutes and just evenly felt them. And if you have a real soft spot in the middle or something, just even this much wool can add a lot of strength, just binding it around any loose or tight, soft spot you have. Binding it around there and felting it down. And that was a really thin little piece of wool. And that won't add any bulk at all. It'll just straighten this shape up a little bit. Okay, those are the two main shapes. And they should be pretty even. So keep felting these pieces until they are nice and sturdy. And you can't pull loose fibers off anymore. This one I can pull a little bit off, but not big chunks like this one. So keep felting it down till you feel they're nice, sturdy, not too fuzzy. And they look like that. So the next parts we're going to do are the upper arms. The upper arms are much more delicate than the upper legs. You want them thinner. So it's the same techniques, you just use slightly less wool. Let me pull some off of here. So I pulled off two pieces that are about the same size. Put them in my hand so you can see. So that's probably enough for each arm. We're going to want to keep them slim. So again, the same thing. You're going to roll them down, fold it down, get your thumb out of there. One more time. Getting a nice long shape started. Grab those fibers. A little bit there. You see that? And now the fibers are all going downwards. So I've got it pinched tight and I want to roll it down really tight. As I'm doing this, I'm stretching those wool fibers with my thumb. I'm sliding them over them and getting it other thumb out of there. Okay, we're going to pinch it again. It's really firm in there. Get those over. So I want the tip to be fairly thin just to give her a nice dainty little elbow joint. So I don't want any more fiber around this tip. I want to make sure it goes up into the center. Just grab it there. I'm going to roll this all down one more time here. Get this tail where it's supposed to be going, which is the center. All the loose fibers should wind up in the center of your piece. Okay, there we go. Holding it down. As these pieces get smaller, this step gets trickier, but it's the same. Still holding it. I'm going to turn it one more time here. Trying to roll it without letting it go, and it's wanting to slide. One more time. Okay, so it's not pretty, but again, it just takes a little bit of sculpting. So I want it thin and not quite as long as the leg shapes. And so oftentimes when I'm making these little body parts, I wind up with a few extra because they just don't match up. For me, it's easier to start over than try to really work. If I have to work too hard to make two pieces match, I just usually just start a new one. Pick the two I like the best and then start a new one. And after years of doll making, I have a big box filled with random body parts. But the funny thing is I rarely use them. I just usually wind up making a new one, just to make it perfectly match. So you see I'm getting this part of it felted first, the skinny end. And this shape is pretty thin, and so my needle's wanting to drive all the way through. I have to pay more attention to not let it go all the way through. I want to stop the felting action somewhere in the middle of the part. I don't want it. It just doesn't do me any good going through there. So it's getting thin. It's just working my way up. Now I can turn it over. Turn it around and start working on this thicker end. You may be noticing that I changed the angle of my needle a lot. Almost sideways felting there, up and down here. The thing I don't do is pull it out at a different angle. I always pull it out at the same angle it went in. You can go really fast that way, but if I start wiggling around this way, I'm just going to break that tip of my needle. Okay, now I'm going to do this. Made it really long. So I want to start shrinking it because I don't want it, if I make it too long, her arms are going to hang down to her knees. And we don't want that, or beyond her knees. So we're going to make this shape shorter. Explain that to you already, and you want to make sure instead of driving the fibers just down or out, you want to drive them towards the center. And you have to be very careful of your fingers again. But this action starts shrinking the piece lengthwise. It's getting there. It's shrinking. So I'm going to work this round end. if a piece of straw is not ready to come out, it's tough to get it out. Just keep needling around it and it'll pop out eventually. Okay. Shrink it in length just a little bit more. I'm pinching it right here. Pinching it and then forcing those fibers down into the center. And it shrinks a lot quickly. So, make another one exactly like that one. You tore off 2 sheets at the same time, so you can find those sheets. Oh, there was a little tuft in the middle there. Little tuft in the middle to give it some body. So I probably can't show you this enough, so we're just going to get those fibers wrangled over, start making the tail. Use your fingertips to get the length. Keep that wool spread out. So it's tight, and start rolling that tail right into the middle, and again, lay it down and very carefully felt it. So this one's really loose, and I'm finding I'm just felting and felting. It's going to take me forever, so I'm just going to fold this over. See how I'm doing that? Folding it and pinching it to tighten that shape up. So I'm keeping it pinched, and as I needle felt it down, I can scoot back a little bit. Just keep working my way away. So that's another way of tightening it up. If it's really loose, just fold it. And you can still wrap it with a little bit of wool if it's misshapen, which I'll show you here. Mine's really, really loose. So I'll show you one more time. Take a really thin sheet of wool. You should be able to just about see through it. I don't want to add more to the tip. Usually the tip has plenty. Tore a little bit off of there. I don't want it so big. So leave the tip out of it. Just start binding it all down. Without adding a bunch of bulk. Kind of feels like you're starting over, but you've got all that needling underneath in that little shape, and it'll be easier and faster this time. So the lower leg parts are generally just the same size as the upper arms. So they might even be a little thicker, but not much. So go ahead and make 2 more. Go ahead and make 2 more. Let's see what we got here. These ones. They're not always matching for me here. All right, so anyways, what you want to do is, these ones are super close. Maybe the upper arms are a little bit longer parts. It just is, if her legs are longer, it's not as awkward as if her arms are super long. So, but this is a good guide for you to go by. This pad is 9 inches. So the next parts we're going to do are the upper arms. The upper arms are much more delicate than the upper legs. You want them thinner. So it's the same techniques. You just use slightly less wool. Let me pull some off of here. So I pulled off 2 pieces that are about the same size. Put them in my hand so you can see. So that's probably enough for each arm. You're going to want to keep them slim. So again, the same thing. You're going to roll them down, fold it down, get your thumb out of there. One more time. Getting a nice long shape started. Grab those fibers. A little bit there. You see that? And now the fibers are all going downwards. So I've got it pinched tight, and I want to roll it down really tight. As I'm doing this, I'm stretching those wool fibers with my thumb. I'm sliding them over them and getting the other thumb out of there. Okay, we're going to pinch it again. It's really firm in there. Get those over. So I want the tip to be fairly thin just to give her a nice dainty little elbow joint. So I don't want any more fiber around this tip. I want to make sure it goes up into the center. Just grabbed it there. I'm going to roll this all down one more time here. Get this tail where it's supposed to be going, which is the center. All the loose fibers should wind up in the center of your piece. Okay, there we go. Holding it down. As these pieces get smaller, this step gets trickier, but it's the same. Still holding it. I'm going to turn it one more time here. Try to roll it without letting it go, and it's wanting to slide. One more time. Okay, so it's not pretty, but again, it just takes a little bit of sculpting. So I want it thin and not quite as long as the leg shapes. And so oftentimes when I'm making these little body parts, I wind up with a few extra because they just don't match up. For me, it's easier to start over than try to really work. If I have to work too hard to make 2 pieces match, I just usually just start a new one. Pick the 2 I like the best and then start a new one. And after years of doll making, I have a big box filled with random body parts. But the funny thing is I rarely use them. I just usually wind up making a new one, just to make it perfectly match. So you see I'm getting this part of it felted first, this skinny end. And this shape is pretty thin, and so my needle's wanting to drive all the way through. I have to pay more attention to not let it go all the way through. I want to stop the felting action somewhere in the middle of the part. I don't want it just doesn't do me any good going through there. So it's getting thin. It's just working my way up. Now I can turn it over. Turn it around and start working on this thicker end. You may be noticing that I changed the angle of my needle a lot. Almost sideways felting there, up and down here. The thing I don't do is pull it out at a different angle. I always pull it out at the same angle it went in. You can go really fast that way, but if I start wiggling around this way, I'm just going to break that tip of my needle. Okay, now I'm going to do this. Made it really long. So I want to start shrinking it because I don't want it, if I make it too long, her arms are going to hang down to her knees. And we don't want that, or beyond her knees. So we're going to make this shape shorter. Explain that to you already, and you want to make sure instead of driving the fibers just down or out, you want to drive them towards the center. And you have to be very careful with your fingers again. But this action starts shrinking the piece lengthwise. It's getting there. It's shrinking. If a piece of straw is not ready to come out, it's tough to get it out. Just keep needling around it and it'll pop out eventually. Okay. Shrink it in length just a little bit more. I'm pinching it right here. Pinching it and then forcing those fibers down into the center. And it shrinks a lot quickly. So, make another one exactly like that one. You tore off 2 sheets at the same time, so you can find those sheets. Oh, there was a little tuft in the middle there. Little tuft in the middle to give it some body. So I probably can't show you this enough, so we're just going to get those fibers wrangled over. Start making the tail. Use your fingertips to get the length. Keep that wool spread out. So it's tight, and start rolling that tail right into the middle, and again, lay it down and very carefully felt it. So this one's really loose, and I'm finding I'm just felting and felting. It's going to take me forever, so I'm just going to fold this over. See how I'm doing that? Folding it and pinching it to tighten that shape up. So I'm keeping it pinched, and as I needle felt it down, I can scoot back a little bit. Just keep working my way away. So that's another way of tightening it up. If it's really loose, just fold it. And you can still wrap it with a little bit of wool if it's misshapen, which I'll show you here. Mine's really, really loose. So I'll show you one more time. Take a really thin sheet of wool. You should be able to just about see through it. I don't want to add more to the tip. Usually the tip has plenty. Tore a little bit off of there. I don't want it so big. So leave the tip out of it. Just start binding it all down. Without adding a bunch of bulk. Kind of feels like you're starting over, but you've got all that needling underneath in that little shape, and it'll be easier and faster this time. And so the last two body parts we're going to make are these tiny little upper arms. Upper arms, they're lower arms. This little piece right in here. Because we add a hand to it, it adds length, so we want to make sure to keep that piece short. It's going to attach about a little part way up the arm, so well, that we'll get to later, but this piece needs to be short. So these are the toughest pieces to make. Easiest, toughest. But once you get them, you'll see that they just take a few minutes, and if you have to make several to get them right, well, that's just how it goes. So that's about the size I used for the arms and the leg, the upper arms and lower legs. So I want to just keep tearing this up into smaller pieces. So that's a very small piece of wool. Might as well get them both to match at the same time. It makes it easier to make matching shapes if you pull off two tufts of relatively equal size wool. So there's not much body there, so I'm going to tear that and put it on top. Give me a little more body, a little more thickness. So I roll that over, just like I did everything else. There's nothing different in this part other than it's tiny. See? There goes that tail. It's kind of hard to see when it's all hidden in my fingertips. So a little trickier. I'm going to be very careful here. Don't have a lot of wiggle room. But the part is so tiny that just a few stabs really does felt a lot of it. So just keep turning it, keeping it pressed down, keeping the wool all compressed. So it's the same thing. You want to sculpt in a nice little wedge pointy end, which is going to become her wrist. So you don't want that too thick and chunky, or it won't look very natural. So this piece is just, it's really tiny, so I'm just going to add just a little bit more to it. Just give it a little more body. So the idea of all these body parts you've just made, or are making, is that they're the same size, really close to the same size each pair. And more important than that, or most important, as important, is that they're the same density, they're the same, have the same squishability. So this one needs more felting, and that's the body parts. That's the body parts. So when we come back, and you guys have, once you've done with all of yours and you feel like they're really lovely and the right size, and you may have a pile of misshapen parts, wrong size parts, that's just part of it. 10 years in and I'm still doing that. So don't get frustrated, just move along. If a part is just falling apart or just absolutely not working out for you, toss it aside. It's core wool. It's pretty economical stuff, so just toss it aside and start over. And know that you might have some extras someday for another doll. So what we're going to do now is we are going to start creating this adorable little face. But the first part we have to do is build up her features, to take this plain little egg and turn it beautiful. So let's get started. Here is 1 ounce of wool batting, and I'm not going to need nowhere near all of this. I'll probably wind up needing about half of it. So I'm going to first off just tear this in half, get myself about a 1/2 ounce to work with. So working with the flesh color is very similar to working with the core wool that you just made all these shapes out of. You want to always get it into sheets that you can manage, that are never any bigger than the size of your hand. And for these little tiny features, we're going to be needing literally just pinches. So pinching off the wool. If it's really hard to pinch, just spread your fingers apart a little bit and you'll be able to pinch off a little bit more. A little bit easier. So the first thing that we're going to do is determine where her eyes are going to sit. So generally the eyes are right in the middle of the head. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the 40T needle and we're going to draw a line right in the center of this head. By drawing a line, I mean stabbing a line, poking a line. Can you see that? It's just barely there. So I want to go here, see how I just pushed into that line and folded it just a little bit. So I'm going to hold that fold and I'm going to go over this back and forth a couple more times. The eyes are the deepest point in the face, so, and this helps us get all the other features set as well. So if you can see that from the side, this is just a simple little line that goes partway across the front of this shape. So we're going to take a little piece of wool here and we're going to pinch off just, let's see, a thin sheet, a small sheet that fits on your fingertips. This is going to turn into her nose. So what we're going to want to do is set that aside. I'm going to want to fold this down, kind of how like we started an egg shape. I want to fold it over from the left and then to the right. So I have this little folded up shape, and I'm going to, keeping it pinched together, I want to just close up these little folds right here. So very lightly jabbing, not going all the way through into the felting pad. I'm just very gently closing up all those little seams. So I'm pulling it up just a little bit to get this hole here. Just take super gentle jabs to do this. So it looks kind of big, but it's gonna shrink down as we sculpt it. So, and it doesn't even really look like a nose, I don't imagine to you. To me it does, because I've made so many of these. So this is going to become the bridge of the nose right here, and this is going to become the little button part at the very end, at the tip of her nose. So what we want to do is keep it pinched. If you let it go, it turns into less of a nose shape. So what we want to do is keep it pinched right where we picture the bridge is going to be. And we want to lay down that narrowest point of the bridge right onto the center of that eye line. So I have it pinched, and I'm going to take my needle and I'm going to just force a few fibers from the nose shape right down into the head. And here again on the other side, this is just to tack it into place, just so it holds itself. I didn't touch any fibers at all on the bridge of the nose. I just tacked it in on each side. So then the next step is just to take any loose fibers and fan them over. That's going to start to build the brow bone area. And just flatten those fibers out with your hand, and then very gently just tack down the loose fibers on the end, leaving everything else alone. Just want to get those tacked down. So there's her nose, the very start of it. The next step is going to be, we want to build up this structure of her face here. It sticks out from the egg just a little bit from the basic egg shape. So what we want to do is get another little just tuft of wool, probably about the same size as you used for the nose. So what I want to do on this one is I just want to fold it up into a shape something like this. And what we're going to do with this is put it right under her nose. And try to get it about even with the bottom of the shape. So I'm holding it on with my fingers, spreading it out. I haven't needled it at all. So I just want to tack it into place along the edges. There we go. And And all that coral is being quickly buried and you will never ever see it again. So now we have a structure started for her nose and her mouth area. So I want to build up this area right in here, her cheekbones, and up towards the temple and the outer area of her eye socket here. So to do that, we're going to need two shapes. So pull off about the same amount that you used for the nose and the mouth area, and then tear it in half. And then set that aside and tear it in half again. I've just determined that we just need two little fingertipfuls. As you learn these skills, you'll really start getting a knack for how much wool to pull off. So I'm going to really always try to show you as best I can how much I have, because I don't weigh it. It's hard to tell you exactly how much to pull. And so I have these two little shapes here, and so what I want to do is, like I said, make the cheeks and running up to the outer eye sockets. So those are just more little nose shapes. I'm going to fold it over and over. So this blunt end here is going to come right down to near the top of the mouth shape there. And these fibers, the looser ones, are going to run up towards the side of her head. And again, just tack down those loose fibers and just along the edges of that piece. You want to leave it very loose on the head. This is going to allow you to sculpt it later as we get the rest of the features built up. So before we move along too far, see, I've left it pretty rough, just tacked into shape. So I want to do the same with this other piece. Fold it over. Make a nice blunt end there. And get it tucked right up in there. And tack it in. Hard to believe it's going to be beautiful anytime soon, but it is. They always look like this in the beginning. So the next thing we want to do is start creating her mouth. So here's a sheet of wool about the size of my fingertips. I pull that in half. Not my fingertips, that was my fingers. So I pulled that one in half. I'm going to need both of those because we make two separate shapes, one for the upper mouth and one for the lower mouth. So I'm going to lay those shapes right flat on my felting pad. Get that one out of the way for a minute. So like you drew the line for her eyes into the egg shape, you're going to draw a line into this little flat, so straighten it out a little bit, a little rectangular shape. You want it a little more long than it is wide. So right in the very middle of this shape, I want you to draw or stab a line, maybe about a ½ an inch. So we want to keep this mouth fairly tiny. So I've drawn in this little line, and a couple of things about drawing these lines in, especially into your felting pad. What I'm doing here is I'm intentionally locking these fibers into the pad so it will hold a straight line. I need a straight line to get the edge of her mouth. So I've got this little line, I've gone over it just a couple times. I'm not driving it in so deep. I don't want to go all the way down the length of my blade, just down to maybe half of it, halfway down my blade. If I go too deep, it'll be hard to pull it out. So then, once that's done, I'm going to fold it up real gently and Just by feeling it, you can feel where you started felting it, and it should be holding itself into the pad. If you pull too hard, you'll pull it out. So just pull it till, fold it over till you start to feel a little bit of tension there. So just hold it flat. Now feel with your finger and feel where you found that, where you started the line. It's right there. And I'm going to draw a half a circle, just a little arch shape from one end of that line to the other. Try not to let it get too broad this way, up and down, and not lengthen out this shape a little bit, and it will shrink. So what I'm doing here is I'm very gently just tapping the fibers down with my felting needle. Not putting much pressure on the blade of my needle. Just a very gentle tapping. I don't want to hear any more fibers going down into that pad. I want them just to flatten up. I'm just flattening up this little upper mouth shape. So I have this flattened little half circle shape. All this fluff around it. So now what I want to do, very gently pull it off the felting pad. And you can see these fibers here. That's where your needle has jabbed through and into your felting pad. So you want to turn this over so you can clean that edge up. You want a nice clean edge. So usually I just take my finger and slide it over there. Slide it right over the edge and fold those fibers down. Pretty much felt themselves, but I like to give it just a few little sideways jabs. I'm holding my needle almost parallel to my project. These sideways jabs are very effective, and I'm just barely tapping it. I'm not putting any pressure at all on the blade of my needle, and it's just tightening that down. So this is the upper mouth shape. We're going to get to the lower mouth in just a moment, but we're going to get this put on her face first. So I'm going to pinch right here. That's the spot I just felted. I want that to stay nice as I just clean up all this loose fibers here on the end, on the edges, so they fan out nicely. Now, this is a little tricky, and you just have to bear with me here. So we're going to bury her nose completely, pretty much bury her whole face in this shape. And what we want to do is find the very uppermost portion of that half circle and find her nose, the end of her nose right underneath it here. And right, here's where the edge of my half circle, so the loose fiber's right above it, the area that hasn't been felted. Just tack it in to where you might picture nostrils in her little nose. You want to try to keep it centered and even. The chin, the nose is right there. See, it's trying to go off to the left here, so I have to keep it a little more centered, so I'm going to pull it and tack it up right in there. And I don't want too much fiber because I don't want a really huge nose, so I just keep fanning these out. See how I'm holding my fingers down right along the bridge of her nose. I'm going to pull a few more of these little fibers out, just thin it out just a little bit. So right where I tacked her nose on the bridge of her nose, on either side of the bridge of her nose, I want to do that again. But it's buried in there, so we have to just squeeze it tight. Now these are the parts, these are the times you have to be very careful. You don't want to poke yourself, but I just want to tack this new sheet of wool that we're putting over her nose into place right at the same points I did the other ones, right at the bridge of her nose. She's not looking much prettier, I'll grant you that. So that's all we want to do right now, and so we're going to set that aside and we're going to repeat this flat felting process, and we're going to make another shape just like the first shape and give her her lower mouth. So I mess with these sheets of wool, and I just make sure they're smooth and even and don't have any big clumps of anything in it. So the same thing, I'm going to draw about a 1/2 inch line, going over it just a couple times. I'm going to fold the fibers down. Last time I folded them up, it doesn't really matter which way you go. But just for visual, this is the upper the clean line where her lower lip's going to be, and this is going to go down around her chin. So I can feel where I started the line and ended the line. So again, I'm going to just draw a little half circle in. You can hear my needle poking gently into the felting pad, and now I'm just giving it those gentle taps to felt down, compact all that air out of there, and felt this little half circle flat. Let's go over it a few times. So there we go. We're going to pull it up gently off the felting pad again. There's those messy fibers on the back side. And just pull them over and smooth them down with my finger before I just tap them down with my felting needle. So this motion here, if you feel like you're going to break your needle, make sure that you're just gripping it really loosely. The tighter you grip your needle, the more pressure you put on your blade. So make sure your grip is really loose as you do these little motions. You're not felting a lot of wool, so it doesn't take a lot of pressure or a lot of deep stabbing. You just are going over these thin little sheets and they felt up really fast. So this flat edge is going to eventually become her lower lip. But for now, we just have to get it put into place and installed on this little head. So what we want to do is take the fibers just outside of the nice clean edge and fan them out gently. Try not to pull this off her face. Try to leave it right in place, nice and centered. If it gets off centered, which it will, trust me, we'll just get it all straightened out again. Probably one of the biggest tricks to getting these faces sculpted nicely is keeping everything centered. The wool's so stretchy and it wants to move around, and you just have to keep going back into it and telling it where you want it to stay. So I want to fan these fibers out just like I did these ones. Fan them out. Pull off anything that looks clumpy. So I'm going to lift up this upper mouth and put it right over the lower one. See how they start getting funny at this point. I always start giggling and playing around. So I want to just attach them. I don't want to attach them anywhere on the face. I'm just going to attach these two sheets together. So to do that, it's a tiny bit tricky, but not so hard. So I'm smoothing out these fibers, flattening them out with my fingers, and now very, very carefully I'm going to make sure I know where my fingers are, and just, without stabbing myself, just really gently tacking those two sheets together there. And then do the same thing on the other side. Anything that looks like it's going to be in your way, just pull it off. Gently. If you pull off things, you have to kind of hang on to everything else you're working on, or it can pull it off all together, and you'll have to start attaching things again. So same thing, I've got, you can see the little hole there of the mouth. So there's the corner, flattening out these fibers, and then getting my fingers out of the way as I just very gently tap at those two layers. So most likely, you can see it from the back, it seems like it's too big for her face, but it's all going to get sculpted, squished, and put right into place. So the next thing we want to look at is a chin. We just need a little placeholder really for a chin. So again, we're going to pull off another little bit of wool, maybe about like what you did for the nose. All these shapes are really nose shapes. So we're going to make another nose shape. This might be a little thicker and bigger than that nose. Not much though. So lay it down on the pad and just tack those fibers together. This is going to be hidden, so you're not going to do much sculpting on this, so you can just kind of leave it. And I like to just then, once I've tacked it all together, gently fan these fibers out. Like so. This piece is soft, pretty soft and loose. It's going to give me a lot of room to sculpt. So I'm going to just place it. I picked up that flap of her face, placing it where I think a chin should go. I'm using my thumb to squish it down, and now I want to, while I'm keeping it pressed into place, I just want to tack these loose fibers down. Very carefully. You don't need to go too deeply, and just keep in mind where your fingers are at all times. Okay, so now we have a little more structure to work with. So we want to take this sheet and start tacking it down. So the first place I like to start is around the nose shape. So I like to turn the head upside down. I find it's easier to keep it all in line if I'm looking down from the top of the head towards the chin. So I'm going to deeply pinch the nose and start very gently sculpting around it. So the needle sculpting part, it's a little more to it than when you were sculpting the shapes for the body parts. Very subtle, very gentle pokes will yield the best results. So I'm working down the bridge of her nose, and I take just a few jabs on each side. That keeps it all straight and even. And here we go. You can feel that nose shape under there. So I'm just going to gently just draw around it. So this is starting to tack that loose sheet of face down to that egg shape below. So it's all working off to the left a little bit. That's okay, I can straighten it back out. I've turned her head over now. So sculpting these faces, I call it a very circular process. I don't try to finish her nose until I've gotten everything sculpted basically into shape. I don't worry too much about anything looking like a nose or a cheek or a mouth at this point, because I have a lot of work to do getting all this fiber down. So now that her nose is just kind of a nose in there, barely, you can sort of see that it is, and the fibers are tacked down around it, you can start working around her mouth and then her chin. So what I want to do is just tack the corners of the mouth down just a little bit. The lower mouth too. I stay out of this area because I'm going to get back in there and get some teeth in and lips, so I don't want to needle felt these areas down to the head, the upper and lower mouth shapes, but the corners of them I do. So once they're tacked down to the head, now I'm going to turn her over and gently fold these fibers around her chin shape. You can feel it in there. You can move it around a little bit. And as I'm holding those fibers down, I'm just going to tack it down under the bottom side of her head. She's starting to, look at that, she's starting to come alive. So now we have these fluffy cheek shapes over here. So we handle the fluffy stuff on the side of the face, the cheeks, just the same as we did the others. I just want to gently smooth it down with my fingers and then tack the fuzzy fibers at the edges down. So you're going to probably start coming up short about halfway around the face, and we're going to show you how to fix that, how to add more fiber. This one didn't have quite as much fiber going around it. If you didn't use enough fiber when you made the nose, when you made the mouth shapes, you're going to come up short when you're trying to cover these. So that's okay. That happens to me a lot. I'll just show you how to fix that in one sec here. So to fix that, if you need a little bit of extra fiber, I just pull off a very thin sheet, take off any ratty looking stuff, and try to fluff up the edges as best you can so you don't leave big seams. So I'm going to lay it right over and very gently tack it down. So this face looks very chubby, very not quite fairy-like. Super cute though. So we're going to just continue sculpting and covering the core wool up. So the same way as I covered the side, see how lumpy it is still? That's okay. It's going to get there. But the idea is just to keep adding little light layers of wool to get this head covered up so you have something to sculpt into a beautiful little fairy. And right now the head looks like it's kind of big. Just to give you a comparison, it's much bigger. That face is much bigger than this little fairy. That's because there's still a lot of air in there. It's very squishy. Her head's pretty solid. So we have a lot of sculpting to do to shrink this to this. Like I said, it's a very circular process, so I'm just going to work through it and I'm going to explain to you everything I'm doing as I go. One of the key things is to keep it all centered, so it involves a lot of squishing. I showed you about the squishing and poking when you made the body parts, so this is even more important to start getting her face into shape. Just cleaning up any areas that looked really uneven. Working around her little nose there a little bit. So I'm going to start just sculpting some tiny little nostril holes in there. Later on we'll put some color in there to show a little bit of contrast and depth. But right now we're just going to get those little holes stabbed in there. I want to start sculpting her mouth. I'm going up towards her nose. I want to shrink it that way. I don't want her mouth so broad this way. So by needle felting towards her nose, I'm shrinking it up towards her nose. I'm not felting it down into her face. I want to keep this loose. And as the corners come out, just keep tacking them back in. They're going to move around, but it's important to keep them in because it helps you keep an expression, keep it all centered. And you're probably going to have to work around back into these corners of the mouth. It's probably 15 times before we're done here. So I'm getting the deepest points set, the nostrils, the corners of the nose, the corners of the mouth, and the eyes. So I want to start sculpting around this chin. She has a really dainty little chin. It's not rounded at all, and it doesn't make her face look chubby at all. So we're going to start working on this, a nice, delicate little chin. So I'm squishing it into a shape I think I would like it. I'm going to flatten it down here, right under her chin. So I'm going to start right under her chin. See how I'm flattening that area out? Back and forth across it. That's starting to build up some jawline as well. And you don't want to do too much on one side before you go and match it on the other side. And keep checking for evenness as you go. So there's still a lot of fluff, but I'm feeling it's pretty even in here. Don't worry about the needle holes. Those all work themselves out as we go. A couple things about needle holes. The more you stab straight in and out, the bigger needle holes you go. Sideways needling gives you fewer needle holes, but that does more surface felting. When you're going deep, changing the shape of something, you'll leave bigger needle holes. And sometimes you might have to clean them up a little bit, and we'll get all of it. We'll get to all that. So we have the start of a chin. Now I want to just really gently start working my way up into her face, along the jawline, up towards her ear. Again on the other side. Very gentle jabs. She's already getting prettier. Now I want to stay out as much as I can of her cheeks. I want to keep those cheeky. So I'm going to work pretty much all the way around those cheeks. These gentle sideways jabs. I'm going to work up towards where I think her ears are going to be, which kind of helps me keep all of her cheekbones going in line. Here we go, back on the other side. Anytime you get a piece of grass or straw, if you can grab it, grab it. If not, don't worry about it until you have to. I just stabbed myself a little bit. My finger was back here and it traveled right through, but because I had a gentle, light grip and I wasn't stabbing too hard, it didn't even hurt. I just barely felt it. So I'm going to keep working my way up her jawline. You'll find you'll spend a lot of time on the jaw. Our faces are very defined by our jawline and our neckline. So I want to start working, return to the side, work my way up her temples. Move to that other side before I go too far. So, put my needle down just for a minute. I'm going to start to feel what I got going here. If I feel any things terribly off, uneven, like right here, this is a lot looser. I need to get in here and Do a little more of this. You see how I squished it? I just try to squish it into the even shape I like and then just gently felt it. And as these fibers tighten up, they'll hold the shape you've squished. Real gently around her chin here. I'm going to try to get it, sculpt a little curve into her chin. And up the jawline. So this is feeling super fluffy here, and it needs to be felted down a little bit, so I'm just gonna surface felt it. Again, these little gentle jabs do amazing things without felting it down. If I were to just start stabbing into this soft wool, it would just beat it up so bad it would look like a mess, and I'd have to add lots more wool to cover it up. So the sideways felting, it's not really sideways, it's just jabbing at an angle. It's amazing. So her little head's coming along quickly. And see how much it's shrinking already? So I'm going to turn her back over again and start looking down the length of it. It's looking pretty even, which is a good thing. If it's not even, squish and poke it until it is. So what I'm going to start working on here is I just want to felt this area right here down a little bit. Keeping it all even. Any little lumps or anomalies in your wool, don't worry about it right now. They'll drive you nuts. They can me. I want to start picking out any little things, but it all just seems to work out in the end as you get your finishing done. So I'm working into the cheek area. And again, more down here on the chin. Your little chin, delicate and beautiful. I want to slim her face out a little bit. So I squished it, and now I'm going to go back into her jawline. So this area I'd like to really sink in to give her a real pretty jawline. So, introducing a 36T needle. This is a heavy-duty coarse needle that I find mashes wool, pushes it, shoves it around pretty good. I don't use it for sculpting because it works too good. It'll leave big craters and dips where you don't want them, but where I do want them, it's great. So it left huge holes, but it sunk that lump that was there in. So this right back here too, I want to sink this in as well. Just a little. So I'm liking that shape a little bit more. I still want to get her jawline nice and delicate, so I'm going to keep working my way up in that. Like I said, it's just circular. You just keep going and going and going. When I did this, it changed. When I deep felted that, it changed things a little bit. So everything should be starting to tighten up on the face that you're working on. And you'll see I still have some blank spots where you can see core wool. And I am going to worry about those and cover those up. That'll be under the hair, but it just helps keep it all even if you make sure to take the time and cover it up. A little bit more. So these little thin sheets of wool just work magic. You don't need a lot. You don't want to add a lot because it can add bulk that you have to sculpt down. So her little nose is pretty stubby. It's not very pretty yet, I don't think. It doesn't look like a fairy's nose. So we're going to start working on that. And the other thing I like to look at is a profile. This face looks very blocky compared to this little profile. So we're going to start working on it. So I'm seeing that I want to start setting this whole chin back a little bit. See how that goes? The difference between being really blocky and pretty here. We're going to just pull this whole jawline back just a little bit. Hold it. Squish it here. That should help hold it a lot. So when I'm pinching it, and if I just felt, and see how I'm very slowly moving my fingers out while keeping it pinched, it's just a fab way to quickly change the shape. See how she's looking prettier already. So I'm going to keep working that jawline back a little bit and try to get some definition here. This little seam right in here is bothering me. So if the fibers are starting to pull themselves into lines and grooves, take your sewing needle, which I don't think you have perhaps been introduced to the magic of the sewing needle. But I had this thick groove, a thick wad of wool, I should say, just a thick kind of a stripe that was going along this nose. So I fluffed it up, and let's see if I can't work it out. Yep, that helped it a lot. So now I want to start getting her eye sockets. I started a little bit to work on her eye sockets. I want to give her these lovely, dramatic, upward sweeping, almond shape eyes. So let's just start flattening out that shape. See how that works? I like to keep checking her profile, checking to make sure I'm happy with how the shape of her face is progressing. It's far from perfect right now, but I have a lot to work with as we go along here. Still trying to make her head a little bit thinner. Stretching, squishing, and poking. That's the magic of sculptural needle felting. If you just try to poke it all into shape, you're going to wind up with a very dense, very densely felted piece. By the squishing, it helps you keep a little bit of life in the wool, or a lot of life in the wool. So I want to make sure those eye sockets are the same depth. If one's way shallower or one is a lot deeper than the other, you can fix it by doing this, making a tiny little chunk of wool. See how I'm just tearing it up and piling it on top of itself. That made this little tiny stack. My eyes are pretty even, but if they weren't, I would fill one in like that before I went any further. It's real important to have these even. You don't want any air pockets behind there or anywhere except for maybe in the cheeks at this point. So we have that done. Now I want to start working on her features. She's pretty featureless right now. And we're going to keep sculpting away as we get her neck on too. And anytime you see something that bothers you, just stop what you're doing and needle it until it doesn't bother you. It's really important to check the profile a lot to make sure you're happy with it. So I'm still trying to shrink this mouth shape, pushing all the fibers up under her nose. That just shrunk it a lot. So her nose is getting a little flattened out, so the sewing needle is pretty fun to use. You can pull that all back out just really gently as you keep sculpting it. So I'm going to start working on her little nostrils. Get more defined holes there. This is very delicate sculpting around her nose. We're not going to worry about the bridge part, but too much. But if you can if you've noticed that as you work on the eye sockets, the bridge of the nose gets more pronounced, and that's good. Keep going back into this jawline. It's just seeming too broad to me, so I keep turning it over and stretching and poking. Stretching, squishing, and poking. So, her head is going this direction, taller over here. It's funny how it just keeps changing. You adjust one area and then you have to go back in and adjust the others. The wool is tangling and felting together and it just starts pulling any way it wants to. Okay. So now we are going to start getting all of her pretty features on. We're going to start with her mouth. I always like to have a little bit of brown wool batting on hand. It helps add definition, depth. What I'm going to do now is tear up just a little bit of this brown batting. And we're going to stuff it in her little mouth. As terrible as that sounds. So I've kept telling you to not felt her mouth shape down to her head, so hopefully you can open it just a little bit. Your sewing needle helps with that, or a felting stick. Get it open, and I'm going to stuff this brown wool in her mouth. Try to get as much of the fuzzies in there as you can. And just gently tack it in there. You don't want any brown fibers sticking out of her mouth. Like so. The jawline needs so much sculpting, and it's so worth it in the end. So the next thing we're going to do is add some little teeth. Some tiny little teeth in there. So for that I like to keep some bright white batting on my felting table. It's so great for teeth and eyes. Pretty much essential. So these little tiny teeth don't take much wool, don't take much felting, but they're so important. So this is your first introduction to this felting stick. I have a really tiny little lollipop stick for candy making. You can use wooden skewers, any kind of nice stick you can find. So I have a little bit, maybe too much. So I have about a fingertip full of this white wool. This process is a little tricky, and you're going to be using it a lot when we get to the fingers, so it's exactly how I make fingers. So I have this little tuft of wool on my fingertip. I'm going to set my stick right on it. You can see there's fluffy here on the end of the stick, and a little bit of fiber on each side. So I want to fold that fiber over and pinch it tight. And pinch tight, and I'm starting to roll it. And I want to just gently slide that over the end without poking the stick through. And it kind of looks like I'm making a cotton swab. So it's still on the stick, and I'm just using it to, I'm just actually felting it with my fingers. It's just sliding under my fingers, this shape, spinning, and that's felting it. So I'm going to pull it off the stick, lay it down on the felting pad, and very gently felt it flat, just at the tip. Her little teeth are little, really little shapes. So I want to clean up those fibers on the back side just a little bit. And I'm going to hold on to this little shape, the felted part, and clean up any loose fibers. And now I want to take that tooth, I'm going to have to make another one, but I want to get it placed right straight under that nostril. And I want to felt it right up under her mouth shape. And then before I go too much further, I want to make another one, just like the other one. So again, about a fingertip full of wool. Place it so that there's fibers on all sides there. Pinch it around it as you start rolling, and keep rolling. You don't want the stick to poke through. And there, I'm spinning it to felt it. The friction of my fingers starts felting that wool. So I'll lay it down, just like before. Grab a hold, pull it off, get it in place. Sometimes a sewing needle is easier to use to get it pushed up in there, whichever works for you. Doesn't take much to get them into shape. They look a little big. We're going to add some lip color next, and it's going to take care of all that. I'm going to add a little more lip. We'll be able to sculpt it down. She's still looking a little prehistoric, but that's going to change as we continue to sculpt and add her features. So we want to add some color to her mouth and get some beautiful little lips put on. So I have some painted roving here, some nice variegated colors, and I'm just going to pick a color out of this that I think would make beautiful lips. So I see a little section right here. It's going to tear that out. Doesn't take much at all. Anytime you're trying to, again, tear apart wool and it's not coming apart, just spread your fingers apart a little bit further. Okay, I'm going to put that aside. So I'm going to make 2 lips. So let's try tearing this apart one more time. So again, it doesn't take much. I tore that apart. I wanted to, instead of having it so long, I wanted to have it a little bit thicker. So I showed you how to use the stick for her teeth, but we're going to do this one a little bit different. I'm going to put the stick over, and there's no fiber on either side of the stick. We're just going to wrap it. So you want it evenly, and you want to pinch it really tight as those fibers roll around the stick. Keep pinching it. You don't want them loose. You want them wrapped around that stick really tight. It's tricky. It's just a little tricky. It's kind of slippery, the roving is. There we go. And so once it's tight around the stick, it's just spinning between my fingers. I'm holding gently, and that's starting the felting process. So once that's done, pull it off the stick and really gently stretch it out just a little bit. And that is going to be a lip. And you're going to need to make another one for the lower lip. Sometimes you can get by with just the lower lip. It looks pretty cute. If your fairy doesn't need both, you'll know. It looks funny. Okay, again, never hurts to review. Let's get it tightly wrapped around there. You want to make sure your fibers don't twist. Twists are impossible to felt out. And then pull it off and give it just a slight little tug. So for these little parts, you don't even need to do any felting. What we're going to do is just carefully attach them using what I call the attachment stroke with your needle. Get that saved up there. So what I want to do is just take the loose fibers from the very edge of that piece and tuck them right up in under. Now this process you have to be so careful. You don't want to contaminate those little white teeth you put in. You don't want, when I say contaminate, I meant stab pink wool into your teeth. That might look a little funny. So I'm just tucking that up in the other corner. So now very carefully, starting at the middle, see the line, the edge of the mouth right there? You want to get this just attached on right near the edge of that mouth shape. And the attachment stroke is just pulling a few little fibers from this lip color into the mouth, upper mouth shape. So now I'm going to go to the other side. I'm going to go over it again. Pushing the fibers up into the lip rather than down into the teeth. Okay, so now that I've got that attached, I want to, if you can see under there, but there's the edge of the mouth right there. So I want to attach this, the other edge of this mouth, right down over that edge. And again, being very careful you don't contaminate those pretty white teeth. Okay, so it's going to look a little puffy at this point, and you're just going to leave it. Looks like a bit of a tube stuck on the face, which it is, up until you sculpt it, which we're not quite there yet. So this other piece here, if it's really weak in the middle like mine is, see how it's pulled apart? Doesn't give me enough to work with. I can either tear it off and see if I have enough, but nope, that shape's ruined. So where did I get that color? The colors don't exactly match, it's okay too. It's really awesome lip colors to have all kinds of different colors in them. So let's see here. Let's see if I can't do this a little better. I've been needle felting for 10 years and I don't always get it right. Little bits of wool, it just takes a second or two, really, maybe a minute to make that shape, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to make another one that's right. So I'm starting with perhaps a little more wool, getting it really tight as I start to wind it. The tighter you wind it, the better your shape's going to be. Perhaps that's why mine fell apart, is I didn't wind it quite tight enough. Now I'm spinning it to felt it. Pull it off. Holding that, I'm going to clean up those little edges. So it's the same process that you used on the upper. So I'm just going to go along and attach it just right along the edge of that lower mouth shape. using this little attachment stroke. And then again, just like you did before, see how I'm pulling it back so I can see in there. And I just want to grab enough fibers to cover up that edge that I can see of the flesh-colored lower mouth shape. Okay. Now it's time to sculpt these lips into shape. So let's look at hers. Her mouth is going to shrink a little bit. Her whole face is still going to shrink a little bit with more sculpting. Never done sculpting till she's all done, till you're completely in love with the little face you've made. So I want to leave some fullness in these lips, and I want to start making them look a little more realistic. So it's probably easier just to watch what I'm doing than listen to me try to explain it all. A light touch here is crucial. So very gently sculpting the puffiness down. I want them to really taper down at the sides. Felt it from underneath a little bit. Her face is still wanting to go off sideways a little. See, I'm just turning it, giving little pokes here and there. I don't want to do too much at once, but I do want to get this mouth much smaller. I want to get these teeth sculpted down while I'm doing the lips. Push them a little further up there. So you can see right there, I'm squishing it in. I pinched her mouth together to give it a nice little full shape. And while I'm still holding it, I'm going to go ahead and sculpt it a bit. Same thing with the lower lip. Now let's start working on that. Got it all pinched, and I want to make it a lot more delicate. Making sure it tapers down at the sides. Look at how pretty that's getting already. Much prettier. So as you get that mouth into shape, you can it's very delicate, and you don't want to felt this down. So in these instances, I grab a finer gauge needle. This is a 42 triangle, and it gives me, I don't get as much control, but I get real detailed felting without felting these lips down. If I wanted to sculpt, I'd grab my other needle again, my yellow needle, my 40T, because this is just a surface felter. what it's best for. Okay, so I'm going to put that away. And I want to keep sculpting her face a little bit more now that I can see her mouth. Sculpting. Show you a couple tricks here now if you want to make her smiling. You can turn her lips up with your sewing needle. And sculpt it into position. See how that's changed it a little bit? Turned her mouth upwards. Every little poke changes things so much. So this part of it is just keeping on sculpting, changing it to your liking. And don't get too attached to anything because everything keeps changing as you go. But this part of it is very intuitive, and it's about checking the profile. I need to work on her nose a little bit. I need to get her a little bit of cheekbones defined. Let's just compare the two. They're coming along, she's coming along really well. Because she doesn't have eyes and she doesn't have any definition in her nose yet, she's still looking a little prehistoric, but I think she's coming along. I'm going to sculpt her teeth just a little bit more. Cover this up in here, tuck that in. You don't want to see the ends of those tubes at all. Okay, we're going to go and move along to her nose. Get that finished up. So I mentioned I always have some brown batting on my felting pad. So I pulled off just a fingertip full, and I'm going to tear that in half and probably tear that in half again. So where did they go? Sometimes they just go missing. I must not be tearing off much. Okay, there's two little pieces that are about even. So what we're going for here are these two little brown dots in her nose to define her nostrils. So what I do is I take one of these little brown pieces of wool, and I'm not rolling it, I'm not really even doing much, just a tiny bit of friction, just rubbing it. What that's doing is concentrating this little tiny piece into just a tighter, little flatter piece with less loose fibers. So just holding on to it and tearing off those lumpy stuff on the edge. So it looks way too big. And use my sewing needle to pull out her nose a little bit to give me a little more room to work. So I want it to start close to her mouth shape and just not be anything too big. And I want to leave room for both of them. So I'm just going to tap it in. Here's the other one. Condense it a little bit. I tore off that little piece and then I saw that I probably was going to need it. Now that's not that cute. Well, it is, but it doesn't look like a little fairy. So I'm just going to keep tapping it in. And what's happening is the little nostrils are appearing around those black dots, or brown dots I should say. You might be tempted to use black, but it always looks unnatural. So, not real happy with her profile. Her nose is sticking straight up. If you look at her profile, so we're going to start working on that. I'm going to pull her nose back down with a sewing needle. Sewing needle's pretty amazing. So I'm going to go back to sculpting. There, her nose isn't, her nostrils aren't straight out anymore. I've got it pinched here so I can keep sculpting this, sculpting her nose down. So now I'm taking my needle right into those black, well, brown dots and using them to force her nostrils the way I want them to go. So I keep sculpting around her mouth. Keep sculpting around everything actually. Pull that nose out a little bit more. Here we go again. See, I'm just going back and forth here. I want to condense this area and make it indentation to make her face look a little more elegant, give her some cheekbones. Again, this way. Her chin just keeps looking rounded and chubby, so I'm just going to keep working at it here. I'm going to force it. Okay, grab my black needle. That's working. Back to my trusty 40T. So pushing her chin up right there, it's longer, it's lopsided. So I'm going to push it up. And make it not lopsided. I'm feeling that this is too long between her nose and her lip. So I want to get in there and shorten that up, but I don't want to ruin her mouth or her lips or anything. So I'm going underneath everything, and I'm just jiggling the needle. And it's starting to shorten it. Just messing with her lip a little bit. I'm going to have to fix that. So I'm going to keep sculpting this mouth. I'm going to play with my sewing needle with it to get it into a shape I like. Pulled the nose down a little bit to shorten that up too. I'm going to pull the whole thing back. You see how that's changing, but if I take and I just stretch the whole thing back, again on the other side, this needle felt back here to hold that stretch in place. So we're going to come back into the mouth and we're going to add some shading and things like that and some final refinements. But I'm pretty happy with it so far. I think she's looking lovely. Straighten out her nostrils. Can you see how they're not quite even? If you can fix them, do so. So if I want her nose a little less wide, I can squish it. And very, very carefully needle felt it still. Oh, she's getting super lovely, super fast suddenly. So I'm going to stretch your face back again. More jawline work. I think you'll never get done with that jawline, but you will. Okay, so just keep sculpting around. This part can be always narrowed down, the back of the head. I wind up working at this a bit. I just do. But we'll have time. We'll have time to get that in order as we get her head put on her body. So I just want to make sure to get this jawline to where it's going to finally stay. You go over it, I think I told you you'd probably go over it, I don't know, what did I say, 20 times, 30 times? Okay, now we're going to move on to the eyes. My favorite part of needle felting is making eyes. One, the dolls can look at me and then they make me smile. and they're just so much fun. So we're going to need our white wool batting again. And we're going to need 2 fingertips full. Let's see. About like so. So the idea of this is to fold the loose fibers around and grab them as you turn it. And so I've got it folded, all the loose fibers. Might have just done that out of the camera. I'm going to do it again. Fold the fibers down, grab them underneath as you turn the whole shape, and you get a little button shape. So you're going to want to lay it right into the eye socket. It's going to be bigger, so just try your best to lay it on and get it into that shape. That nice almond shape of her eye. So I want to get the inside corner tacked in first. I don't want the whites of her eyes touching her nose. I don't want them touching the bridge of her nose. I don't want them too close together, and I don't want them too far apart or we'll run out of room to put them. So again, this attachment stroke, you're just going to want to go around this whole eye shape. Forcing those fibers into that little socket space. You want to keep your needle out of the middle of the eye. You want to keep that lofty for now. Just going over it a couple times and make sure it's secure. And let's see, looks a little long. I'm going to shorten it here. So to get it into shape, I'm just grabbing a few fibers with the tip of my needle and pushing them kind of under the white and then into the head. It starts looking really, really thick. You just keep pulling from the edge. So now you just have to make another one. It seems easier if you tear that little bit apart and stack them up. Again, place it in the eye socket. And you want to try to get it attached and looking very close to the other one. Just so you know, they never match perfectly, ever, ever. So don't stress about that. Nobody ever notices that my eyes are perfectly matched on my dolls. As truth be told, they're not perfectly matched on me either, and likely not you. So we want to make sure that they're the even depth, the one's not sticking out of the head a whole bunch further, that they're relatively in the same place, and they're the same shape. I always look at from the side to make sure, and then from down here, from up the forehead and down. This looks like it needs to go a little bit deeper over here on this corner. I think it looks pretty good from all angles. So now we need to decide, start thinking about what color of eye you want your little fairy to have. Just something there. So I showed you how to make the little dark spots for her nostrils. You want to do the same things for her pupils. Tear off 2 little fingertipfuls and condense it by just rubbing it. If you roll it, it'll turn into a long tube or a ball, and it won't work out very good for you. So again, just flatten it. Oops. Condensing those fibers. So hold on to it, and I want to just clean up any loose chunks on the side. Flatten it again. So let's look at her eyes. She's looking off to the left just slightly. I think that making them look either way, one direction or the other, gives them a little more cuteness and character. If they're staring straight ahead, you can do that, but it's just, to me, not quite as fun. So let's just do what we did here. We're going to set our eyes looking off to the left just slightly. So find the center and just move off to the left just a little bit. So that's a very, very big pupil, which is what this dark spot's going to be. She's looking rather alien at this point. So with very light jabs, you just want to start concentrating this without sinking it into the shape. You want to just tap it right onto the surface. It's going to sink in a little, and that's fine, but you don't want it to be, you want it to be pretty much level with the white of the eye. And not a lot of fuzzy sticking up, and if you need to switch to a finer gauge needle, if it starts felting down your eye too much, or it's looking too fuzzy, just go for it with a finer gauge needle. And then put the other one on again, slightly off to the left. This one seems to have a little more wool in it. I want to clean that. I forgot to clean it up a little bit. If you have more wool in one of the pupils, it's definitely going to show. It's going to be darker, it's going to be thicker, it might be bigger, or it might be sunk in deeper to make it match. So it's easier just to make it match using the same size piece of wool. But it doesn't always work perfectly. Look at how pretty she's getting. Those little pupils just help so much. She's just a lovely thing. So I had given this little one some pretty blue eyes, but I think I'll do some green eyes for this one. So I have this hand-painted roving again. I can pick some beautiful colors of green out of here. You can mix colors, you can mix golds, greens, whatever you want to do, and I can show you how to do so. So I'm going to grab a chunk out of there. So that's enough for a couple eyes right there. If I want to add a little bit of gold, here's a pretty gold color. I can tear out a little bit. If you don't have this kind of roving, you can use solid color rovings as well, commercially dyed rovings. I hand paint these with dye just because I love all the variegations in color. So I pulled off the green strips to use, but here's what happens, is you lose them. There they are. There it is, I should say. Lost my gold piece now. Wool sticks to everything, by the way. So here's a gold, little bit of gold I want to mix in there, so here's how I go about it. Just breaking it up. So pretty that way. One more, couple more times. So that's enough for both eyes, so I want to tear it apart one more time, make sure they're even. Okay, I'm going to put this somewhere I'm not going to lose it. Yeah. Famous last words. I'm always mixing up wool and then losing it in with all the other wool on my table. So I want to stretch this into, just work it out into a as long of a piece as I can without pulling it terribly apart like I'm doing. There, that should be good. So now I'll just lay it on my hand like so and use that rubbing action again. I don't want to roll it into a snake. I'm just concentrating these fibers into a flat, thin piece. That just makes it easier to needle felt it on. So it's going to be enough to go around probably both eyes. We'll see. So I want to clean up this fuzzy edge here by just pulling it off. Concentrate that back down. So this part is a little bit of an exercise in patience. It's really thin on that end. I don't want it that thin. It's pulling apart a little bit. Didn't quite get it started right. There we go. So I have a strip of wool that's been slightly condensed. I had to work out a little bit. Starting right above the pupil, just want to tack in some of these fibers, just barely. So the idea of what we're going to do here is we're going to go around, felt all the way around this pupil. So there's no white showing. You want it nice and even. The trick to this is that you don't want to wrap it all the way around and tack it up here and then start felting, because it's going to shrink and go completely obliterate that nice dark spot you just put in. So you want to keep your fingers on this strand. You don't want to get any twists in it. Make sure it lays flat. So lay it flat right next to the pupil and just start tapping it in. I start out with my yellow needle because it grabs more fiber and puts it where I want to better than the blue finer one, the 40T, the 42T. I start with this one and then I'm going to switch off to the blue finer needle. So I'm keeping it flat, keeping it going right up to the pupil and not over it. And if you don't hold on to this, then this gets all pulled out of shape like it's starting to do and gets messy. So I'm going to hold on to it with my thumb as I go. Wrapping it up around there. Before I go too much further, let me get this finer gauge needle. So your piece should not be shrinking, your eye shouldn't be shrinking over that brown pupil. And it shouldn't be sinking into your eyeball, the white. It should just be fairly flat. It might be a little puffiness of the white coming out, but we're going to get all that dealt with. So, a rare time that I use scissors. You see, I rip all the wool rather than cut it. Cutting it, it can be harder to felt in the loose ends, the cut ends. But since this is such a little bit of fiber, I'm just going to get in here and snip off that little bit. So, now that it's snipped, it has to be felted down. And you'll find those little cut ends are going to try to poke out. They just are stubborn and don't want to felt in, but we'll get it. So I'm just tapping over the surface. So I've left some white above her iris. There's really not much showing down towards her cheek. That's okay. So, we have to do it again. I mean, we get to do it again. So here we have this nice piece that I saved and didn't lose. Yay, I didn't lose it. So again, same thing. Start at the top of the iris. Start at the top of the pupil. Get it tacked in there. Carefully working my way around. And no matter what I do, no matter how long I've been felting, one eye always turns out much lovelier than the other. We'll see which eye it is this time. Okay. Put those away because I probably won't be needing scissors anytime soon. Okay, so one eye looks bigger, a lot bigger. So let's just sculpt it down. So I just adjusted the shape a little bit, and then I grabbed some of these fibers and pushed them under the eye shape. So again, check that they're even. I think they're looking, this one's looking like it's raised up a little bit higher than this one. So now the next thing we want to do is clean up this outer line. And generally eyes, well, they all do, they have a darker ring around them, they're outlined in a darker circle. So in this painted roving I have some brown. I'm going to tear out some brown. It's just a nice light brown. So this time I am going to roll it. I do want to make it into a snake. A really thin snake. If you don't have the kind of roving I'm using and you wound up using some brown merino roving commercially dyed, obviously this is not brown, but you do the same thing. You just pull out a wisp of it and you do that to make a line. So this little fine line, it's easier to put them on if you can take a few minutes to felt them first like this. All that friction. So I'm spreading my fingers out as I go. It keeps it nice and even. So tear off any ratty end or anything that didn't get quite felted up. So the same exact process we just did, except for this line is smaller and we're going around the outside. We're going around the iris this time. So I want to start right there. This one's really important to hang on to the whole time pretty tightly as you go. So you want it to match right up with the edge of the color. Working it around. To pull the cheek out of the way, do so. Forgot I was going to need the scissors again for this step. Here we go. So I'm going to save that for the other eye. Let's put it right over there as I clean up this line here. .42 triangle. So you don't want it to look like an outline, you want it to kind of blend. Just like so. See how pretty that is? Repeat it on the other side. So I switch back and forth with these two needles a lot in the eyes. Pull cheek out of the way. That helps. That line's trying to pull over the color right there. They didn't have it attached good before I finished up the circle, apparently. So, just gonna force it a little bit. That line's easier to fix than the main color. So sometimes they just drift to the center when I'm making them, so pull the eyes over just a little bit and adjust them. If I want them to be looking that way, which I do. For this little fairy, I just used a darker blue for the line and it made a really lovely effect too. This is a little more dramatic. So once we have the eyes sculpted, you want to go ahead and make sure that they're sculpted really nice and neat and don't look all fuzzy. Just take some time. Just a few minutes to work around it, and don't do too much on one without going into the other and making sure that it's getting the same treatment and they're looking the same shape. So the next thing we want to do is put the little glimmer of life. See the little tiny white flecks? Just a little reflection of light. So tiny little wisp. And then you want to roll it into a little ball. Actually roll it up. See, it's a little ball. Then you need another one. Quite small. So I'd like the light to be reflecting off upper right side of the iris. So see how that just tacked right in there? This one too. It's going to do the same thing. Upper right side of the iris. She's getting so pretty so fast. Make any adjustments if you need to squeeze and poke. She's going to get some little eyelids and things, so we're going to still be able to clean this up a little bit. Put that fine needle away. Don't want that line laying on it. Trying to tuck some of the fibers from that line underneath to blend it together a little bit better. Okay. So, now for some more features and little tricks we're going to do. I need some more brown lines. For her eyelashes, they're a little more dramatic. I'm going to use a darker color brown in there, but or maybe just a darker color all around. But we make these dark lines. One I like to use is for the mouth. It helps set the expression, makes the whole thing cute. Well, it helps. So what I want to do, I don't want to make her teeth brown, don't worry, but I want to get just a little bit of definition, a little bit of depth right under her lip, on top of her teeth, and out to the corner. I know it looks weird at this point. I'm feeding her wool, but I'm not. So I'm going to tuck it up. Don't want much of it to show. So I'm leaving just a little bit. So I want to give her just a little dark line right here that curves up. And again, this one over here, do the same thing. Grab those fibers and make them curve up just a little. So I don't want too many showing above her teeth. So that made it pretty. Back into the underside of the head. Squish that and poke it. Maybe with my black needle, it's just looking a little bit too big in this little area here. Okay, let's see. Let's get her straightened out a little bit more. Start felting that down just a little. We're going to get ready for some blush and shading on her. So this is sticking out further here. I'm going to keep adjusting. Pull your little nose back into shape. Sometimes these little tiny noses are really tricky, so here's something I like to do. Just holding it. I know, it looks so bad, but it's not. What this is doing is letting me define the bridge a little bit better without pulling it up again. what I'm doing is I'm just stretching it. It's kind of like skin at this point. You can stretch it and make it change expressions. So, you keep sculpting until you find the shape of the face that you love. Everything seems to be coming together. And know that it could take you an hour or more of sculpting and just playing around. If you find yourself you've overfelted something, you've shrunken something away too far, just pull it back out with your sewing needle. And you can felt it back in if you pulled it out too much. So let's put some little eyelids on her. Her eyes are looking a little bit unfinished. So we need 2 little fingerfuls of wool for eyelids. And we need a darker color wool for her lashes. I'm going to use this nice dark purpley burgundy color here. I bet you that'll give her a really dramatic effect with her eyelashes, which is what that turns out to look like. It's eyelashes, I think. I'm going to pull off 2 chunks. Okay, those are those 2 lid pieces I pulled off. I'm getting you confused. See how I get confused? Let me just pick up all this extra stuff. Here's my white wool. I need to save that. It's precious. Okay, so what I want to do first, before I do anything with those lids, is I want to make 2 lines, just like I've done for all those other pieces. Or maybe just like I've done for around the eyes. So, clean up the ends. So I want to start, hold it in place and just get it right along the outside of her eye. We're just going to follow the line of the eye up. She's so pretty. You have black roving, black wool, you can use that. I didn't have any sitting here with me, so I picked the darkest color I had. So I don't want this color to go all the way down around her eyes. I think it would look like she had a bunch of too much makeup on. That's what I would think. You can try it if you want a real dramatic effect. I just want it to go a little ways around. I don't want her whites bulging out of there, so I'm going to clean up this other one here. Trying to start it where I started the other one, really close. Cut off the excess. If you tried to pull that excess out, you would have just probably pulled the whole thing out. So scissors are okay there. When you can just bury these short ends under the white of the eye, it works okay. So I'm just working on the corners, just trying to get a nice shape on there without sinking it all away. So I'm going to take these two little pieces of wool I got out for the eyelids and go ahead and make the eyelids. The eyelids are just like the upper mouths, they're just thinner. So I just want to draw a little line in. Fold it up. Connect the two ends with the half circle and felt it down. You want to make sure to keep these pieces really thin because it could bulk up her beautiful eyes and her brow bones and everything if you make them too thick. Same thing on the, I just cleaned up that back side, so I want to pull off any edges, any rough edges. And this is going to get attached right along the line, so you can still see the line of her eye. It should be ending right up there. It just gives it a little more finished look. A little more body to her whole lid and brow bone area. So I just want to tack the loose ends down and gently felt my way down. Make sure it's attached. If there's anything too puffy, felt it down. And repeat. If there's a thinner or a thicker edge, make sure to put the thinner one down near the corner of her eye. Again, attach that right to that dark line. And tap those loose fibers in. She can now we can start playing with her expression a little more too. But first, let's go ahead and just make sure there's no loose fibers. Squish her forehead a little bit and try to elongate it. In fact, I'm going to use my sewing needle to try to give me a little more height to her forehead. So every time after you get a major component installed, you pretty much have to just go around and sculpt the whole thing again and get it into shape. If you don't have much forehead, all you have to do to add a little more is just make a little stack of wool. Trying to find the way it fits best on her head. Pull the loose fibers around. Don't want to obliterate her eyes or anything. Try to keep it out of the tedious work you've done. Okay, so you can just go around that and sculpt till it's looking like a head shape. Top of the head doesn't take near as much sculpting usually as the bottom under the chin, but it's important to take a few minutes to get the shape nice. Makes the hair fit a lot better, makes everything look good. Okay, so just keep going around until you love the face. So now we're going to make her little fairy ears. I always wait till I have the eyes set and the face shape sculpted like I want it. And I do it before I add blush and shading. So for the ears, you're going to need a felting stick. I have them in as many sizes I can find them in. I'm going to use a little heftier one than the skinny one I used for her lips. So I want to pull off 2 tufts of wool, about the same size. Instead of being a fingertip, let's call it 3 fingertips. Try to get them as evenly sized as you can now. So you want to take your stick, for the ears, you're going to need a felting stick. I have them in as many sizes I can find them in. I'm going to use a little heftier one than the skinny one I used for her lips. So I want to pull off 2 tufts of wool, about the same size. Instead of being a fingertip, let's call it 3 fingertips. Try to get them as evenly sized as you can now. So you want to take your stick, wrap it around. I need a fairly long shape, so I want to kind of make sure the fibers are spread out wide. There we go. They're nice and flat. And fibers are felting down. So you should be able to pull it apart a little bit without it pulling apart. That feels perfect. So let me make another one. That feels perfect. If the stick spins and your wool doesn't, it won't do anything. So make sure your stick doesn't spin without the wool. So again, pull it off, give it a little tug to straighten it out. So her little ears are pretty fun to make with these tubes. So what I'm going to do is turn it over. Generally ears are attached to our heads about 2/3 of the way back, and it attaches about straight out from our outside corners of our eyes, and from the corners of our lips is where the lobe part attaches. So what I want to do is get that attached right out straight from her eye. Start winding it up so she's going to get her fairy ear. So then I want to attach it straight out from the corner of her mouth, around about there. So now I want to start sculpting it into this shape. So using this attachment stroke, so I attached it all to the inside, from the inside of the ear to her head. So now I want to go to the back side and push fibers from her head into her ear. You don't want to see any hollow or any air in there. You don't want the tube to be lifted up from the head anywhere. It needs to be firmly attached. So, cleaning out my work area there. I want to sculpt all that air out of that tube. So it's not so rounded looking, so we get it more pointed as I sculpt the rim of the ear here. See how that's working? Just keep sculpting in the point. And as you do that, it's probably going to try to attach to the back of the head. So keep pulling it back out. And just keep sculpting it until it's an ear you love. So attach the other one exactly in the same place you put, just opposite. A good way to see it is from the back of the head. So again, corner of the eye. And if you get anything at the wrong angles, you can just change them, pull it out. The trick is getting these two ears to match. And so I pulled it out of there and I'm going to start over because I wasn't happy. So I'm going to tack it in. I'm going to get enough up here to get that point this time. There we go. Sewing needles are so handy. There. Little sculpting, and we have some cute little fairy ears. Again, every time we attach things, other things get misshapen, so make sure you take a few minutes. Okay, time for shading and blush. Time for shading and blush. Shading and blush are fun. This colored roving is quite fun to use. I'm going to start with some shading. Grab some more of that purple out of there and some of this brown. And then I'm going to grab some of my flesh color and I'm going to blend a little bit. The dark color to add some depth. So blending, I'm just pinching tight and pulling it apart. And adding the flesh color in makes it blend to your skin tone so much better. So any areas you might want a little shading, define the ears a little bit more if you want to. So I just add a really light layer in there. Adds a little depth. You can go do a line around the inside rim of the ear. If it looks like too much of a line, all you do is just take a little bit of your skin color. And blend it down a little bit. So you can do the same thing in the hollows of her cheeks. I like to get my fine gauge needle. So that's looking a little stringy there, so I just like to just take a little bit off. It's very subtle. There's going to be layers, so I'm going to blend up some cheek color, some blush next, and it'll help cover all this up. So I'll go for a little bit brighter shade, more close to the lips. Pull off a little strand of color. Just breaking it up a little bit, and I'm going to mix it with my skin color. So as you mix, little blobby stuff will come out, little nibs and things. Let's pull those out. So I'm going to tear that in half, and I'm going to set one on each cheek, just to get an idea if I like the color. It's a pretty color. Let's see here. Don't want it too thick. So I just kind of want to spread this color out. Really light jabs going, just tapping it down. Don't want to go in one direction too long, or it'll make it look like there's grooves or lines. A little more. You have to find it. finer gauge needle, my 42 triangle. Not liking that darker stuff there so much. A little subtle bit of dark under her lip. So, we're going to get her eyebrows on and her hair and her neck when we get ready after we attach her to her body. So this is, I just want you to keep sculpting and working on your shading. Get your ears shaped just how you like them. You don't have to have them shaped like mine are. If this shading is looking yucky to you, either pull it off or cover it with a nice layer. And then and just take a few minutes once you're really happy with it all and go over the whole thing. with a nice fine 42 gauge needle, and just make sure there's nothing loose on top. Make sure the eyeballs are not protruding, and that everything looks round and even and hasn't gotten warped out of shape. Get your final sculpt on her shape of her head. Make sure any seams are not showing. If there's little grooves or lines or anything bothering you, cover it up with another thin layer. What I'm doing here is I call it a finishing stroke. And I'm just tapping on the surface. And it's filling in these holes. Her nose got a little out of shape. Let me fix that up. Make sure the shading's not going to fall off of her face. It's not just laying there, that it's actually attached and needle felted on. And do that just as long as you need. My sewing needle went missing. To make her look like a devious fairy, you can still play with her expression with the sewing needle to make her look a little more sweet. You want to pick up this line. It's up to you. Really subtle changes make a big difference in the attitude of your fairy. So our little fairy heads really would like to have a body. Since we've gone to all the work of making the body parts, let's get him put together so she can fly. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start joining all these parts together with a series of techniques that allows them to stay flexible, yet always go back to the position you felted them into. So it's a lot of repetition, it's a lot of busy work. So and once you get the idea, you'll be able to construct any kind of jointed needle felted creation you can imagine. So we have all these little parts here, and generally I like to start with the upper legs attaching to the torso. So I'm going to scoot everything else out of the way except for the torso and the upper legs. So the torso, the skinny part, becomes the pelvis region, and the legs attached to the side of that. So we're going to need our heavyweight 36T needle, and we're going to need our favorite yellow 40T here. So what I want to do is get the legs placed on either side of that point on the pelvis, and I'll start with this one first. So I don't want them to be I don't want to attach this blunt end right onto it. I want to attach it to the side. So I want to squish these two parts together and take this needle and right at the top, right, I'm pretending this is where the hip joint's going to be in here. So I'm taking, very carefully holding on, I'm squishing the two pieces together and taking this needle and shoving fiber from the leg shape into the torso. And I'm changing directions a little bit without pulling it out, and all it's done is tack it into place. So now that it's tacked into place, I'm going to use that attachment stroke that you learned about making the face. What I'm doing here is I'm pushing fibers from this leg shape into the body. I'm going to turn it over. Before I go too much further, I want to keep these pieces squished together, and right at the perimeter, pushing fiber from the body into the leg shape. Okay, I'm going to work my way around. It's best if you try to keep it squished together. You're going to get a better attachment. You don't want a big air pocket in between your joints because they won't hold together good. So, squishing them together. And then again from the body into the leg. So we're going to go around the inside very carefully. So our fairy's in a flying position, I think, but if you wanted to make her in a seated position, you would have, it's a little late to show you now, but instead of attaching them straight down, you would attach the upper legs straight out from the torso using the same techniques. You wouldn't place it flat on it, you would put it next to it and do the attachment stroke. But our fairy is flying, so again, I'm going to repeat what we just did. Jiggle that in there so it's tacked on. Let's make sure it's straight, even. Whole thing. It doesn't hurt if you go around it more than once. So it gets a little tricky in here. Just want to be really careful you don't tear them apart. Okay. So they're attached. However, they would be fairly easy to rip off. I don't want to try, I don't want to, because I want to fix that. I want it to become virtually seamless. I want this piece to become one with this piece. So what I need to do then is wrap these joints with the skin color. You want to start using the skin color so that you get the whole all your corbel parts thoroughly wrapped and you don't see any corbel poking through. So I took just a thin sheet and I'm going to lay it right over that joint, and I want it to span the two pieces quite well. So I'm going to gently pull down, pull that air out, and I'm just going to needle felt across the two pieces back and forth a few times. Okay, so now I'm going to just start working my way around, spanning that joint. The one thing I want to be careful of is to not drive fibers between the two parts. always spanning them, working your needle across them rather than between them. So just keep pulling these fibers. And the other thing too, if you pull too tight, you'll also separate those joints. So pull hard enough to tighten up the wool, to take the tension, to take the air out. But not so tight that you pull your limbs apart. So keep working my way down around. Pulled off that loose stuff, just was hanging down too far. So once I get the other leg wrapped, I'll be able to get in there a little bit better and make sure that's tight in there. So let me get the other one wrapped real fast. Again, span the two pieces. And then start working your way around. You run out, just grab a little bit more. You don't want to get these wraps really thick. You want them as thin as you can make them, yet still be strong. If you make them too thin, the fiber will disappear and they won't even hardly do anything to hold it on. And if you get it too thick, you're going to have these really super thick, dense joints that don't move very well. Okay, I'm going to get in here really gently and make sure that we have these connected good. All this ensures that you'll be able to flex and bend your finished fairy without her legs coming apart. A lot of my early dolls, the legs are falling apart under their skin layer. I can feel their joints have separated. So all these steps I take are to ensure that does not happen. Okay. I believe when we were making the body parts that I told you I'd show you how to work in an arch in the back. And it's not too late now, because I think I forgot to show you. But anyway, I think by now you're probably getting it. It's about getting into the shape you want and holding it there and needle felting it and making it compact in the areas you want. So I'm just slightly bending this back and it holds it. So since we got these upper legs on, let's go ahead and get the upper arms, since it's the same technique to get those attached. So here, just like You can choose whatever position you want to put her in. If you want her arms outstretched, you would attach her for her upper arms like so. If you want her reaching up for the sky, like so. Behind. Now this is a little different from the leg. If you want her reaching straight out, you would attach it just like so. However, I think they're adorable. Just like that. So in a natural position, so it's very, very similar to the legs. So this part of her body here is right here, and so we want her arms to be just, you don't want them way down here too low, you want them up just about there. So the same thing, same as before, take your black needle and you just want to tack it on there. So now keeping your parts squished together, attach them with the attachment stroke. Going around it a few times to make sure it's a good connection. So I haven't done underneath in the armpit area yet. That's a little trickier. So what I want to do is hold down tight where I felted it and bend this piece back. So let me show you what I'm doing here. So I want to form this perimeter right here around her arm to give her a nice little armpit area and a joint that flexes and bends. So what I need to do is get right under here now and get it attached. And I'm squishing and I'm being very mindful where my fingers are so my needle does not go there. Just keep working around, make sure it's straight, and well, it's going to all be funky right now. It'll be funky and out of shape because you just bent it, but it'll remember its shape soon. Okay, so the other arm. Tack it in place with your heavy duty needle. Right about where you think the shoulder joint is in there, or the ball joint of your arm. Keeping it pressed together. Attachment stroke from the arm into the torso, and from the torso into the arm. Again, we're going to pick that up. All squishing tight. And complete the attachment stroke. We're going to wrap the shoulders the same way we wrap the hips. So I'm going to span those two joints. Make sure you're not poking in between them, that you're just spanning them. And then you want to just start gently feeding it around here. So the trick in these little tight areas is that you're still spanning it. You don't want the wool to bunch up under there. all this fiber felted down tight, so these two pieces are now one. They'd be very tough to tear them apart once you get them felted on like this. And repeat for the other arm. We're going to wrap this next joint, the other shoulder joint, and then we'll move along to the knees and elbows. That's looking good. So we're going to repeat it on the next shoulder. A little sheet of wool. Well, never hurts to review. Span the two pieces. Very carefully work this wrap under the arms. Get a little bit more. I want to make these pieces nice and wide. I don't want a thin little band just wrapping around the joints. I want a nice even layer of coverage for the best possible connection. We want these dolls to be very strong and sturdy. It's really important to keep these fibers fanned out and not let them overlap from one side to the next. So try to keep my fingers out of the way so you can see what I'm doing in this crucial armpit area. The undersides of the joints are the most important. They take the most strain when you move the joints around, when you flex and move your dolls, when you're playing with them. So get that all tacked down neatly. Go back in there. I usually wind up going back to the undersides of the joints 4 or 5 times before I'm happy that they are well connected. And this, I don't want to overstretch, I just want to stretch till I feel resistance, or if I see the wool pulling apart. Let's check this one. If it starts feeling really loose and floppy in there, give it another wrap. A very thin wrap, because you don't want to bulk this area up at all. But you want it strong. She's a very natural range of motion. And nothing pulls apart. Okay, make sure all the loose fibers are tacked in, felted in, and we're going to move along to the knees. So when we first started making these basic shapes, we talked about working a nice little bend into this main torso. So it's going to be, if you worked a bend in there, it's going to be pretty clear what's the front and what's the back. The back has the arching shape. We'll work more of that in, and if yours doesn't have much, that's okay. But what this helps me to do at this point is determine the front of the doll and the back of the doll. for putting on the knees, and it's very important. I want the legs to bend correctly and not be on backwards. So the arched part is her back, the rounded part is her front. So what I want to do is we're going to work on these little knee joints here. You can see how that flexes. And what we're looking at right there is this little area right here. And it is going to become, this area becomes this area. And how we get it to that is it's going to wrap around the front of this part. And we have to flatten this top down and get these two pieces secured together. So generally I like to flatten an area about the size of my fingernail. Just flatten it down. I don't want it super hard, and I just want it to taper gently. And sometimes that yellow needle is just a little too fragile for this. The black needle attacks the fiber. See how it's flattening it? You can tell from the side. So I just want that to taper down gently, and I don't want to make it hard as a rock. If you have to pinch it a little bit to get it started, do that. But only felt it enough to flatten it slightly. Okay. Two flattened out parts. I only flattened them on the front side. So what I'm going to do is turn it over, and I want to attach this lower leg. So what I want to do, you can see here there's that little tip. I want to leave enough to wrap around. So I'm going to use my black needle. Now this part's tricky, and if you can see it at this angle, that would be great. But what I'm doing is I'm going to run this black needle right down the length. Let's see here if you can see better. I've inserted the needle like this. There's this little tip sticking out, and so I want to just tack this in using that jiggling stroke that we've used for the shoulders and everything else. See, now that's tacked in, and so now I want to take my yellow needle, mash these parts together. That little tip is still sticking out. Just go around the whole perimeter, pushing fiber from the lower leg into that flattened knee shape. Turn it around. It's real important to smash them together while you do this so you don't have any air pockets, and it makes for a nice strong joint. So here I want to sort of force it down. I don't want, let's see if you can see this right here. I don't want to force fibers across this way or anything. I just want them to go straight down from the edge right into that knee shape. As I'm going around, I'm continuing to press this lower leg shape into the upper leg. So now she looks like she's kneeling, which that's all going to straighten out. So I'm going to go ahead and get the other one attached, just like the first one. Insert about halfway through, right straight down into the middle of that part. Let's see if I can do that so you can see it there. Okay, I'm going to lay it on there so there's some of the tips showing, just a little bit. And I'm changing the angle of the needle a little bit without pulling it out of that leg shape. It's just getting it tacked on. Okay, and again, the attachment stroke, keeping the two pieces pressed tightly, watching your fingers. Go around both go around all sides of this shape, and again, being really careful on the back side. Okay, so now this part gets a little bit tricky. If you have an extra foam pad or a small one sitting around, it's quite helpful because I like to have like a little step to work on. See how our legs go around that? If you don't, just do it right on the edge of your pad. It would get me out of camera view. So what I want to do is, now these tips are ready to attach, so I want to take my black needle and just start flattening it down, flattening each one down just slightly, and as you do that the legs are going to straighten out a bit. Get to an angle where you can see it better. Flatten it down here. Okay, so now that's done, I'm going to get rid of my little assistant. So the legs are flat now down on the pad. Get my yellow needle again, and I'm going to really work on this attachment right along the tip of the knees. Turn them over, turn her over, and let's work on this attachment again back here. It kind of came loose. That's okay. So I want to make sure to go from the leg in the upper leg into the lower leg as well. Again, it gets tricky. So go around that knee joint several times. Don't try to test it by flexing it too much until we get it wrapped. Okay, so I've gone around them a couple times, and now I want to wrap them with a thin sheet of skin color wool. So the same as principle as all the other joints, you want to get your sheet of wool flattened out across the surface of it, spanning the two joints, and then just really gently tacking them in across the two joints. So you're going to want to just gently wrap it right around the back of that joint. Smooth it out with your fingers. And again, span both surfaces back and forth a few times. You want to make sure to not drive fibers between the two joint pieces. Just let them span. So I'm going to pull this other fuzzy end. You see that there? It's just waiting to come around. And I just let it wrap around. I don't want to keep wrapping it and wrapping it. Just one time around is good. And usually I end up finishing it off right here on the back. That little tail winds up right behind the knee. So you're going to want to take a few minutes rolling this body around. Let me just show you. To get it all felted down nicely and start looking like a believable leg. We're still going to add more skin tone and a little structure to her legs. So the point of this is to make these two pieces, these two little body parts connected as one, and they're going to be able to flex and bend over time without falling apart. So you can see how I'm starting to get that pretty tight. Gentle jabs. The body part's pretty dense, and so that can be a little rough on the needle. So if you feel your needle bending and flexing, sometimes I just hold my finger down on the blade. That supports it a little, and it acts like a stop. It keeps me from going too deep, and it protects the needle. Okay, roll it around this way. Again, you don't want to drive fibers up between the two joints, just across them. And let me finish up here and show you what I've done. Look at that. If this body part was too squishy, it would flex. If it wasn't firmly felted enough, it would flex instead of her knee joint. And as we finish filling this in with skin color, this is going to firm up even more. So it's got a slight flex to it, the upper leg, but not so much that this knee doesn't flex. And this is nice and sturdy. It's going to hold her body nicely. It's not going to waver from side to side. And if you make sure, one of the most crucial things about knees, and I have to, like the nose and the jaw, I have to go back into this several times. As I just flexed her, things started loosening up a little bit. So probably 3 or 4 times as I'm working on sculpting her body, I'll go back into the knees and make sure, especially on the sides and right under this tip right here. You felt it in all directions, tangle it. What it does is it's tangling it in many directions, and it makes it harder to pull out. So just keep going around it a few times, and like I said, be prepared to get back into that joint as you progress with the sculpting of this doll. So we have to redo this other knee. We're going to wrap it good, but first I see that it's not, I haven't attached it well. If you skip a step, you'll feel the joints coming apart under the skin later on. The two little legs can get in each other's way, so you have to be the boss and tell them where to stay put while you're working. Don't forget about your sewing needle. It can really help keep things pushed out of your way and held in place. Just making sure that's connected. And another wrap. Smooth it out over the surface. Span the two parts and that joint. Again on the back side. Bring this fluff around. If you have a bunch of extra, you can clean that up a little bit, but you want to make sure you don't keep wrapping. It wants to end back there somewhere, and that it doesn't get really thick. So span those two and sculpt your way around. You want to make sure that her knee stays straight. You can check it. It's like the face. It can drift off course a little bit as it shrinks and pulls. So you want to keep rolling this around. Keep stabbing it and poking it and rolling it around till you feel these pieces are one. Should take a few minutes, and if your wrap starts to pull back, see here right in here it's starting to pull up, so it just means I need a little bit more. And it's easiest to do it right now. Don't want to add too much, but just make sure that these knee joints are really secure. Sideways knee wobble. It's a big problem for some of my older dolls, so I make sure to take these extra steps so none of my dolls have this sideways knee wobble issue. So keep going over that a few times. This area right in here seems to be the crucial spot for really strong knees when it comes to the wrapping part of it. Okay, so we have almost a little body. So we have two more tiny little body parts. And these are going to be the forearms. And like the knee, you're going to need to flatten out the tip of this elbow, and it's going to wrap around the end of this blunt end of this little egg shape. However, the elbows wrap from the back while knees wrap from the front. So we're going to, I'm going to get my black needle out, that helps a little bit, and just flatten down the tip. Might as well do both while she's laying right here in such a comfortable position. So I started flattening them out with the black, but I want to finish it up with the yellow. Just make a nice felted down flat spot. So they're little pieces. And I'll show you from the side. It's just tapered down a little bit. You don't need to go super flat. You don't want to needle felt in a line across and then flatten it down. You just want to slowly taper it down to a point. So once you have that done, it's the same method as attaching the knees. You want to leave a little bit of this tip to wrap around, and you want to get this tacked into place. So again, I'm stabbing my needle, my black needle, right down the length of this shape. A few jiggling moves to get it tacked down. And then the same thing as the knee. You go around the whole thing with the attachment stroke while squishing the two pieces together tightly. It's pretty fun when all these little body parts finally come together. And you can see what your whole point in all of them was. Okay, so the last part is right in here. And then I want to make sure to get some from the arm into the elbow, and see how that elbow's naturally wrapping around. I'm just going to flatten this out a little bit and do the tip. It's a much smaller connection than the knee joint, and it doesn't get quite as much pressure put on it, but it still needs to be very strong. So right there, right along this very edge of the tip is where I forgot to use the attachment stroke. Okay, so it's not bending and flexing yet. It's because it's not attached well right in here. And it won't bend and flex well until we get it wrapped. We get it wrapped, but I still want it to be put together. Sometimes the yellow needle on these littler parts is the most effective one for this jiggling. Just stick it in down the length of the shape. And that seems to be working to get that attached a little bit better. So once I get the other arm on, go ahead and wrap those little joints. I'm just going to stick with my yellow needle this time and see if it works a little bit better for me than the black. The black can be so coarse and heavy that for these little parts it's just not effective. Okay, I'm going to go around that with an attachment stroke while squishing the two parts together. See, there's a little bit of overlap from that elbow joint. And right in this little crux of her elbow and arm there. So I'm going to lay it out flat and go around the tip. Couple more times because I want it sturdy. What happens is when these little shapes, when you do such a nice job felting them and they're fairly firm, it doesn't leave a lot of loose fibers left to manipulate, to felt together. There are some in there though, so the needle's finding them. Okay, so now we're going to wrap it just like the knee. Nothing different. I like to start at the back of that joint, lay it across, just a little sheet of wool that's enough to wrap around one time. Spread it out with your fingers so it spans both parts, and you know the rest. Turn it over. The most important thing is to not drive fibers between the two joints, just to span them. Pull that side over. And if you pull them too tight, you can also tear the joints apart if you pull this wrap too tight. So, go around it a couple times and make sure all that loose fiber gets a little tricky, I will admit, when they have these bodies that are starting to flex and move on you, to get things felted all around each joint, each part. And the insides of all the joints are always toughest because they're kind of hidden away behind, next to the body there. But don't forget to do them. Very important. And then you can start sculpting a little believable elbow look into her arm, but we're going to add some skin color, so don't do too much. And I'll give you the flex test and show you here in 1 sec. It really pays to take the time to get, even though this is going to be pretty much hidden, when you take the time, that's the way your joint should flex. So we're going to wrap the other one real fast. Okay. You should be able to test all of your joints in their natural range of motion. You don't want them to be super flexible and pull their joints apart, but you want a natural range of motion. Don't be too rough with it because we still have to add some more layers to strengthen it all up, but you should have a fairly fun little body going on here. So for her little feet, we're going to make shapes separate from her body, and then we're going to felt them on. And what we're going to need is 2 sheets of your flesh color. So her feet aren't very big. We don't need giant sheets. Let's see here. How about that one covers all my fingers? How about if I tear that one in half? That looks pretty good. They're not so thin I can see through them, and they're not so thick I'm going to be felting them all day to get it, or they're going to make giant parts. So they're just right. And you'll get it. You'll get to know soon enough what's just right. So what we want to do is draw 2 little feet shape. This one feels thinner. This piece feels a little bit thinner to me, so I just want to fix that. Tiny little thin sheet in there. That feels better. So you don't have to be exact when you're drawing feet shape. We're just going to basically draw some little ovals with more of a pointy tip here. And again, by drawing, what I mean is stabbing the wool into your felting pad. Really hard to see, I know, but I've gone over that a few times, and before I do anything, I just want to draw in as best as I can a matching shape. Wider at the bottom because she's going to have her pointy little slippers. We're going to kind of taper this end up to a point. So they're about the same size, the little outlines. This one has a little bit of extra fluff on the outside. See, I held my finger down because I don't want to pull that out. So I don't want to pull it out of my pad, but just in case, I'm going to go over it one more time. So now I want to just start like you did on the mouth shapes. You want to gently fold these loose ends up, leaving your drawing stabbed into the pad. So just really gently, you don't want to pull your shape out just till you feel a little bit of resistance, and just start tacking those loose fibers down onto the top of your little shape. That's going to grow a little bit. It's going to get a little bigger than what you thought. Don't panic, because you're going to be able to sculpt this little foot down. You actually need a little bit extra size. So let's see, I'm going to go back here because I'm starting to lose it in that point. I'm going to go back to the heel part of it. And if you find yourself with so much fiber you just losing everything, just pull off little tufts. You can't even see or feel your line or your shape under there. It's probably a good sign you have a little too much fiber. Right there, it's just not working. So try not to stab too deeply into my pad. Let's repeat it on this side. Tear off that little bit of excess. Now those don't look like very good feet shape to me, but for our purpose, they're perfect. They're simply perfect. Even with that little tuft up there, even with that little nib of a toe up there, you'll see in a minute how easy it is to sculpt these all down into shape. I just want to make sure the edges are felted and folded over neatly. And let's see. Okay. Now we want to really gently peel those off our felting pad. Don't even worry about the bottom side and those stabby wool marks, the stabby fibers. I always call them stabby fibers, I guess. So what we want to do is just leave them right there. Once we peel them up, I'm going to stand her on them like she's going to go skiing. Straight up on them, you see that the toe part's out front, and there's a little more than I would have expected to leave on the back side. So you're going to place her on her feet just like so, and get your black needle, and just like you attached the arm and the leg, you want to go through the length of this. It's hard to see it when she's standing. You want to go through the length and tack that foot. Tack it on. You can do the other one now, but the chances are it may fall off and you have to repeat it, but I'm going to show you how to do it right now because she's standing there so nicely. Okay, so the attachment stroke, same thing. You want to squish these two pieces together and just go all the way around the perimeter of her lower leg, down into that flat little thin shape. Okay, I'm going to gently peel her off and turn her around, so definitely is like little short skis. So I want to do that attachment stroke just around the front. And a new little technique you're going to learn right now. So what we want to do is take that back flap. That's going to become the back of her heel. So keeping the feet straight, that's one of the tricks. Kind of start hugging it up around her leg. You can tell I have it folded there, and I just want to do the attachment stroke, and I want to leave some body out there for her heel. Now I've just gone right around the very back side of her leg. So I'm going to turn her over, and I'm going to keep folding it up around that end of that leg shape. So this whole back of her foot is wrapped around that little lower leg egg. And I don't want to flatten it down. I want to leave some of this lofty stuff. I'm just grabbing full fibers right from the edge of that shape. So it's kind of folded the foot up a little bit, but that's okay. You'll be able to get it all straightened out just a little bit here as you go. So I'm going to attach just a little more towards the front of her ankle. And again on this side, just a little bit more. Okay, and I'm going to repeat that. Towards the front without wrapping it all the way around the front of her leg. And right over here. Okay, she has two really silly looking little feet. There's these little gaps here where we've came around to the front and we don't really have much to work with there, so we're going to remedy that right now. And we're also going to build up to keep her feet from being really flat right through here. I'm going to build up her arch area just a little bit. You just need a couple little tufts of wool. A couple of fingertip folds of wool maybe. So I just want to fold that in half. Got two matching shapes, one for each foot. There it goes, sticking to everything again. Okay, so I folded it, and I want to put the fold right back from where her toes would be, if she had them. You see what I'm doing there? So the attachment stroke, I just want to attach this fold right down in front of the toe area. And now I'm grabbing it. You see how it's starting to wrap around her leg? So I want to tack it up here really gently. I'm poking it towards my fingers and not towards the felting pad. So just barely tacking it in there. And then getting some of that attached into her leg and some of it into her foot. And on this side, I want to make sure some of it goes up around her ankle and some around her bottom of her foot. See how that turns that shape into a little foot shape, and just that simple. So because that little piece of wool didn't quite wrap all the way, sometimes you can get them to wrap all the way around the back of the ankle, and if you don't, that's an easy fix, but you do want that wrapped, that where you attach that heel on. So let's see here. Same as all the other joint wraps, you want to span both parts you're connecting. Pull that little tuft off because I didn't need to work on felting that down. I just love their little feet. So it looks like it's on backwards. Her foot is on, it looks like she has her foot on the wrong foot. So I just want to keep sculpting this foot shape a bit. Just a bit. I don't want to go too far before I get the other one done. So if you were going to leave her barefoot and put little toes on her, you would want to take a lot of time getting this foot sculpted. But if you're going to wrap it in some kind of shoes, that's when you sculpt it. Do the most sculpting of it is once you get another color layer on. But it never hurts to do a little bit here. See how the little arch is coming out, and a little ball of her foot here. The wool seems to me to want to turn into feet. I love sculpting the feet. They're so fun. Probably for that reason. Whoa, that was fun, but I stabbed myself. I went through that little foot shape so quickly, and my finger was back there. But again, I don't have a very tight grip on my needles, and I'm not jabbing at super fast, super hard speed, so those little needle jabs are just startling, that's all. Just a reminder to be a little more careful. Okay. So what we did on one foot, we do on the other. There, I folded up that one little piece. Let's get her standing. See how much her foot shrunk already? And if it gets too small, you can just always wrap it with some more wool and make it a little bit bigger. Okay, I have it attached there, right behind her toes. I want to just gently spread it back and span the joint from her leg just gently into her upper foot there. There's not much under there right now, that flat spot. If you have enough fibers to wrap towards the back of her foot, do so. If not, just wrap them underneath. What I'm doing here is just thinning down that end a little bit. So I want her to have a slight taper at the bottom of her leg here, meeting into her foot, as in an ankle shape. Okay, so we're going to leave that right now, just like so. Call it good. We're going to have more time to fix that up as we add shoes. I sculpted on this one a little bit more, you can see, so you want to get yours even and nice. The next thing we need are her little hands. And they're made very similar to the feet, but just enough differences that you'll need to pay close attention to what I'm doing here. So these shapes, we're starting out with just this part without any fingers. So we're just basically making a square that's going to have some fluff to attach to the end of her arm. So we want little squares, because she has little hands. So hands are pretty thin. They're much thinner than feet are. But you want them enough, sturdy enough to hold the fingers on. So probably almost as thick as you did the feet, but smaller pieces. Okay, so we're going to draw in again 2 shapes, trying to get that little piece of VM out of there and there too. So what we want to draw is a, well, just let me show you instead of describing it. So there's the point, her wrist. I'm not going to go across that like before. We're not going to draw a line across there. We're going to leave that blank. We want that to be fluffy. So we're going to draw up, widening out a little bit, just a little bit, and then back down. Go over it again, across the top and back down. You don't want to felt across the bottom. No line there. And then repeat for the other side. So I guess you have a square that's missing its bottom line, and that's a little thinner at the bottom. Trapezoid, I guess. So the same thing, you want to start folding your fibers over if there's too much. Just start from the sides, and I'll tell you why in just one second. Again. And then we're going to fold over the top, and that's going to leave a nice sturdy place to attach the fingers with that final fold over the top of that hand shape. So again, this little chunk had a bit of VM in it. That sheep must have really been having fun frolicking in his field. And again, fold that down to give you a nice clean edge to attach fingers to. So all of this fluff here on the end is going to wrap around the end of her arm, so make sure that you have some of it left. You don't want to felt all the way down at all, so just like that. So I'm going to pull that piece up, and I'm going to clean up this back side just a little bit. Smooth it down with my fingers first, getting the fibers going where I want them to be. And that sideways jab just to tighten them down. The next thing we're gonna do is her little tiny little fingers. And lucky for you, you already know how because you've made her lips. And you've made her teeth. And those are the same types of techniques we're using. So we have these two little hand shapes and we're going to set those aside. And so now we need to make 1, 2, 3, 4 on each hand. She needs 4 fingers, so we need to make 8 little teeny tiny little shapes. This might be the trickiest part. So rather than getting a whole bunch of little tiny tufts of wool out, I don't need 8 of them out because I'll just get them stuck all over everything. You've seen me in action enough. So I just want to remember how much wool I pulled off. So this is a fingertip full and it's very thin. So the idea of fingers is to make these tubular shapes that keep body all the way down. They don't flatten out where they attach to her. They're solid right up until where they meet the hand. A lot of people, when they first start out using this technique, the fingers are really flattened out where they meet the hand and they look really unnatural and they want to fall off. So let's learn to do it the right way. So the skin is, the wool is your skin color, and it's my skin color too. Apparently it's really hard to see. So I have it pressed onto my fingertip. There's loose fiber here, and more down here. So what I'm going to do is tightly pinch it around. Again, roll it, start rolling it, and as it's rolling and winding around that stick, just really gently wrap those loose fibers around the end of that stick. You don't want to see your stick poking out. That's the main thing. And you see how this little tail right here, it's hard to see, there's hardly anything there, but I'm wrapping it right around the middle, right below the nub. So from the nub down to about here, right here, is going to be felted, and then this is going to be loose fiber to attach to her hands. So again, I'm doing this spinning to start the felting, but I wanted to make sure to keep it right around the tip. I don't want that finger to be super long because her hands are tiny. So I pulled it off the stick once I felt it was felted, and it just needs a tiny little bit of touch-up just to make sure those fibers are felted. I'm barely jabbing it, and I'm just mainly want to felt those fibers on the end down. You can switch to a finer gauged needle if it helps you. Usually the yellow works out good for me, as long as I don't drive fibers through the piece. Just tiny little gentle jabs. Repeat that 7 times. You don't need to worry about finger size or anything. You'll see that the slight adjustment, the slight differences in the sizes, you'll be able to pick out the right finger sizes. So I'm just gonna, for you, produce them just like I would produce them for all my other dolls. I try to get them all done before I start putting them on the hands. Making sure that's felted. This one feels like it's going to be a little bit thicker, so I want to pull that off before it gets too thick. See my stick starting to poke through there. I want to back it off just slightly so it's not. If you get a finger that's just not holding together or just looking really stringy or too thick, just toss it aside, because you see it doesn't take very long to make a finger. To get 8 good fingers, I often wind up with 12 or so. If I'm lucky, I'll get them all right, but I'm not always lucky with it. Four down. That means we're halfway done. And if you were making toes for her, you would do the same thing. Maybe tiny little bit shorter pieces, a little bit less felted down the stick. And toes, I only usually put 4 toes on them as well. Like that. And my dolls never get 5 digits. The tighter you wrap this wool around the stick, the sturdier of a shape you're going to have. I believe that's 8. Clean up all these little tufts and things. So what we want to do now is get these attached to the hands. So I want to pick out a couple of the bigger, thicker ones for the thumbs. They usually are a little thicker. So that was easy. So I don't usually worry about picking tiny sizes for pinkies or anything. It usually works out and I can sculpt them in a little bit. That one was just looking a little too fat on the top. So I'm going to grab I miscounted. I do that all the time. So I'm going to take the first finger I picked. So I held on to the tip. And I want to fan these fibers out. And they'll stop pulling apart where you stopped felting it. So fan them out, and this one you want to put right over, right at the corner of the hand. And you want some of the fibers to go down the edge and some to wrap around the top. And you want those two pieces meeting. So lay that down, and this is really tiny jabbing to get these fingers held on. So I just want to start right through the edge of where the felting starts and start just tacking it on. Turn it over. Make sure it's all straight. You want this finger straight with the edge of the hand, and just tack it into shape, into place. Next finger. Repeat. It's always easier to tear that little tuft off because it's kind of gotten tangled and felted. It's easier to fan these fibers out if you tear that off first. So again, those are fanned out. And usually there's a little natural thin spot somewhere in there. And if not, you just want to separate the fibers just a little bit so you can snuggle it right down to the first finger you put on. These look a little nubby right now, but they are going to get longer looking as we sculpt the hand. So just make sure all those loose fibers are tacked down. There's that little separation there. They look like they're really wide apart, and they are. We're going to sculpt and fix all that. So this one's going to go down the length of the outside of the hand. Or inside, we're not sure yet which is which. So basically what I'm doing now is just making sure all those loose fibers are tacked in. And getting those fingers lined up. So this fiber is loose still here, so I don't want to felt down into that loose fiber. Just sculpt the hand shape a little bit. The final sculpting is when it's on the hand. So here we go. This piece is really thin and loose. We'll get rid of that one. Pull off that little tuft. Okay. Two funny little hands. So put them together, and if you see one side that looks, if you can figure out if they look any different from either side, if like this side's a little shorter, I'm going to call that the pinky finger side. And we'll sculpt that into shape a little bit. So what we need then is the thumbs on. So if you take your hands and just turn them over, you're going to have to put the thumbs on the outside. So we're going to turn them over, and the thumbs are going to go on the outsides of these. So the thumbs are attached just a tiny little bit different. You still have to pull off that tuft on the end. You still need to fan it out. But what we're going to do is set the thumb shape just above where you stopped felting the hand fibers. So I want to press that onto the hand gently. They're such tiny little pieces, you have to have a real gentle touch with them. So I'm going to pull back. I don't want it up down on the wrist, and I don't want it too close to the fingers. I want it just right. So that's what we're looking at. We want the thumb to be able to do this. Right there, a nice squared off shape. So just going around it, tacking it in, and a couple times through the center of the thumb shape. And I'll do more sculpting once it's on the hand. So I have to remember it goes on the outside. Can't tell you how many times I put the thumbs on the wrong side of the hand. Trying to put them on the doll, and it's like, whoops, those thumbs are backwards. So if any of your finger shapes are flattening out or kind of disappearing, it just means that you didn't use enough wool, you didn't wrap it around the stick tight enough, and most likely means you should make a new finger shape. Where they tend to flatten out is right here where they meet. So if you haven't fanned your fibers out far enough, that's one of the problems too. So you don't want your fingers looking like they're barely attached or they're really skinny and flat where they attach to the hand, or anywhere. They should be evenly around. See how cute that is? And it just is going to take a little sculpting to get it into shape. But again, as much as I want to do it here, I'm going to wait till I get it on the hands, on her arms. So we have these two little shapes. They're very happy. Let's clean up all of this, get rid of that extra finger. So make sure to get the arms, the hands on the right sides. I think it's pretty easy for you to figure it out. You don't want the thumbs facing her backside. So same thing as with everything else with a tuft to attach. You want to take off that extra end, and now you want to fan these fibers out evenly. Pulling apart just a little, and the tip of this lower arm is going to slip right in there. And I want to pull this just as tight as I can. I have it pulled on even. Lay it on the felting pad, and I just want to start tacking it all together. There's the tip of the wrist, right, of that egg shape right there. See how I'm working up and leaving these loose fibers? Because this is a really deep attachment here, I'm felting these fibers deeply into the end of this wrist. It's pulling a lot of these fibers in, and I want them there so they can. If I had them felted up, it'd be pulling it out as they shrunk. Clean those up a little bit. And you can start sculpting the hand to your liking. So usually I have to, like everything else, roll this thing around. Now that it's attached to the hand, I can get the shape I want, and that's just sculpting it. To make these fingers look a little bit longer, usually all I have to do is stab the length of them in between them, really gently on them. I want to be careful not to felt across the line here. I don't want to flatten anything down. I want to make sure to leave body in all the fingers. See how that made the fingers just look just a little bit longer? You can, if you have one that's way too long, you can shrink it this way just by sticking your needle in there and shortening it that way. But if they look a little short, you can give them just a gentle little tug and get them just how you want them. The thumb usually needs for you to go back into it a few times as you sculpt. Those fibers start to pull loose a little bit, so make sure to give yourself a few minutes sculpting these hands. Sculpt the palm in, much like you did the feet, as you sculpted the arch in and that kind of thing. And you have your own hand to look at. That's always fun. So I want to make sure as I sculpt up into the wrist that I get a believable wrist shape. If the tip of your egg shape under there is really hard, you may have to adjust the shape a little bit with just a few jabs with your 36 heavy duty needle, your 36T. Mine's not too bad in there. It's I just didn't want a big knob sticking out. And that black needle, the knob right there where I wrap the whole hand over. So her hands and feet, her hand and her feet are pointing in the right direction. Her hands in a really natural pose, hanging down. It's about midway down her thigh. It's if I had made these parts too long, her hands risk coming way down here, and then she doesn't look so fairy-like anymore. So I have good flexibility. Now I'm going to get that other hand on. Again, this stuff tends to get felted, the ends, so I want to pull those off so I'm not trying to unfelt them as I pull them apart. Just handling fiber felts it. So I want to pull it enough so I can tuck that little point right up in there, right down to the start of the palm of her hand, and make sure to get the thumb in a nice relaxed position. Let's see, I'll do it again, it came off. trying to pull it down tight, and I have to kind of manipulate her elbows there on the felting pad, and I'm pushing it down so those pieces are firmly connected together. Now I just want to tack them into shape, into place. So it's holding itself on now. I'll lay it down and start working it like I did the other one. Pulling those fibers up the arm and start working my way around. First around before I start working my way up that arm. Just get down here. Check for straightness, check that everything's looking nice and aligned. Again, if this little tip of your egg is seeming too bulgy, you can see it too much, your black needle's usually your tool of choice. And give yourself a few minutes to roll this around and get it all tucked in. If you have anything chunky, lumpy that you don't want to felt in, then just pull it out. So we're going to roll it around and sculpt it, because that loosened the thumb connection already. So right here, I can feel it wants to get thin. So I want to, I don't want to felt it down around the base too much. I want to make sure I'm felting fiber down into this thin area. Just compressing it all a little bit before I start sculpting it more. I want to check any of my fingers as well. Give them another little stab this way. They're all looking pretty good. Like I was saying in the beginning, a lot of times when you're new at needle felting, these shapes are difficult. They take a lot of practice. I recommend just practicing to make the finger shapes. Just make 20, 30 of them. It takes such a little bit of wool. You can use core wool just till you get the real feel of it, and where you get nice even finger shapes that you don't have to needle felt very much. The more you needle felt them on your pad, the flatter they get, the less life they have left in them, and you want life left in your wool. So here I go. I'm going to keep sculpting this hand. Let's see, that knob's sticking out a little bit much there for me. But I'm going to go back into the fingers. I don't want to jump around that fast, even though that's typically what I do. Okay, let's turn it over. And then we're going to line them up. You don't need to have them perfectly matching. I never worry about that, but let's see here. This arm looks a little bit longer to me. It's reaching a little bit closer to her knees, just slightly. I think her fingers are a little bit longer, so I'm going to sculpt them just a bit more. And then I need to shrink this arm up a little bit. Let me show you how to do that as soon as I get this felted down here. So here I'm attaching the rest of these fibers. As I'm doing that, I'm felting from the wrist up towards the elbow, and that's shrinking this arm shape a little bit. If you haven't felted your egg rock hard, you should still have a little bit of wiggle room or shrinking room. Every time I do this, it messes with the hand a little bit, so I gotta go in there and fix it up. So I bet you that, yep, that looks so much better. Bend this up a little bit like I did the other one. there. We'll still sculpt them more. If we want to add fingernails later, I'll show you some tricks for that. If your hands are looking really huge, you can sculpt them down. They have a lot of room for sculpting. Just like I said, try not to flatten them out. And just work on them. Work on them at your leisure till they're just beautiful. Minor adjustments make the biggest differences, so keep that in mind. The main thing is you want to have all those loose fibers attached down. The wrist sculpted into a wrist shape. And you don't want anything too flat. Here's a good example of what I'm talking about. I keep mentioning it. This was starting to pull out a little bit, and there's not much wool right there. There's enough to be believable, but for me, for this hand to last, I want to make sure that's attached without being flat. It's just lost its body. So I just need to borrow a little bit of fiber from up near the tip to push down near the base. And that shrunk that finger tremendously. I'm not going to worry about that yet. See how I kind of went back into all the fingers, I went back into all the fingers just to make them all even. And the squishing and poking also applies to the hands. I think the fingers look better shrunk down, so that's why I shrunk the others too while I was fixing that one. And then I'll repeat it on the other hand too, so her hands are a little more delicate and petite. So a few times going over the fingers and you should be pretty happy with them. If you can't make a finger look good, tear it off and put a new one on, rather than trying to fiddle with it for an hour or so, or even more than 5 minutes per finger. So she's happy to have her fingers on. So she's fully jointed. And let's just do this to see how she's looking. She looks a little funny. She looks a little husky up here in the shoulders. She definitely needs a neck. A little neck helps, and a little structure to her body. So we're still going to keep that head set aside. We're going to put that back. And so what we're going to do now is we are going to turn her over. And we're going to start with her butt. We need 2 sheets of wool, 1 for each cheek. This one's pretty thick. Now let's just see, we have to get our little model out, but let's peek up at her little backside here. She has a cute little derriere. I didn't add a lot of bulk to it. If she were going to have a fuller figure, I'd add more wool to these shapes. But I'll just make her similar to how I made the first one. So I'm adjusting these to So they're about that thick. So I'm so scientific with my felting. So what we want to do is fold these up into two separate little shapes. They're going to turn into her butt. So I've rolled that up there once. And let me give this a fold. And I want sort of a V-shape piece. And I'm going to take my 40T needle and just, like the nose, it's similar to a nose, it's just a little pointier. I'm just going to close up that gap, close up that seam there. And again here, whoops, I got some snagging in trying to get into the picture. That wool. So I'm going to fold this over into a V shape and just close up that point. I don't want to needle felt all this down. That's the body of her rear end. So let's see here. I'm going to scoot these over. She's laying down flat. When I first learned, this is how I would make sure to get them on there, right? I'd just sit her on them and then pick it all up together and turn her over. But I can usually figure it out how to just place them on her. On the back of her, you want to make sure that the heels are up, her elbows are back there, and you are indeed putting it on the back side. So I want to spread her legs open just a little bit. I'm going to be using my 40T, and the tip should be just tacked right down into the middle of the end of her torso shape. So I have that tip tacked down. I'm going to leave that one alone for a bit. So using the attachment stroke, and I'm at an awkward angle here. So I want to go needle felted halfway across the back of her leg shape. So I'm going to stop needling about right here. So this is all going to be buried. This is going to become her hip up here. So I'm going to use the attachment stroke and stop it about halfway across the back of her leg. Now keeping it lined up with the center of her torso here. I don't want to pull it tight, I want to leave this body, and I'm just going to use the attachment stroke and just tack it in. Should look about like that. Repeat. Kind of take a look and make sure you're not going way down her leg. You want to go just like you did on the other side. About halfway across, and then this one's a little trickier because you have the other shape, but you can feel it, and it's going to be covered, so with her little outfit, so you don't have to worry too much about what that looks like, as long as you have it looking like that. So this is going way up her back. We're not going to need that much, but for now, let's just fan these fibers out a little bit. I'm going to hold on tightly and clean up these. I hold on really tightly on this one. I don't want any of that to pull off. So these are fanned out, and I want to cross over one side to the other. It doesn't matter which, so it can stop her crack from running all the way up her back. So I'm just going to run my needle between those two shapes a couple times, and then where it's overlapped only there, I want to tack it down. So I'm going to start working on the sides. So again, see it's kind of thick where you folded it. So hold on tight, clean up any tufts. And now we're going to want to gently wrap this towards the front, right around her hips. And I want them to end about right. Let's see. We're going to pull those around. It's kind of starting to angle up, and I want them to, right here's the top of her leg shape right here. So come down just a little bit, down to where the tapers, to where the nubby end stops and her leg shape starts. I'm going to cover that. I was pulling it too tight. It was starting to pull it out, so I want to back off just a little bit and tack it in over here. This is completing the wrap on the leg. It's strengthening the leg, so I'm spanning these, needling across the span of the upper leg and the torso. And just stop when you get to the back side of her. So repeat on the other side. Isn't it good that I get to teach you all these steps twice? Spanning my needling across both of those parts to complete this joint. Pull off anything chunky. Chunky stuff just makes for a chunky doll. Uneven and lumpy even. So that's looking good. So now we just have to deal with this. So we want to start sculpting in her little waist. So that involves some pinching. And see how cute that's getting already. So just get it pinched, pushed, squished. Leave your needle out of that area and just start working these fibers down while you are sculpting. So I'm going to start sculpting, sculpting, sculpting while staying out of the lofty areas. It's very circular, so let's see. I want to start making it more believable down here. So I'll just hold her upside down. Start sculpting around the lower part of her cheeks. And to the sides a little bit. And I'm just going to start tapering off into her back, kind of laying my needle down sideways there, and then get those fibers firmly tacked into place. So we're still going to wrap her legs, so all of this awkward looking things, stuff right in here will look much better, and when we get her dressed too, when we get some more skin on her. This is just the start. So, keeping on sculpting, I want to make sure the cracks, the crack doesn't discontinue, so I'm going to sculpt some shape into here. That arch in her back is still there, but now's the time I can really work it in. So I'm just bending it while keeping it held into shape. I'm going to needle it. I'm staying out of her butt. I'm just working up her spine a little bit there, the center of that torso shape. See how cute she gets just so fast. So, sculpt, sculpt, sculpt till your heart's content. Because that's what you're doing here, is sculpting a doll. I really haven't even felted this, and it feels fairly firm, and it's going to be able to be easily covered with her little outfit. So now we're going to make her belly. Just a little belly. You're going to repeat the step. You're going to make the equivalent of one butt cheek instead of two, and maybe just a little more wool. Not much, but a little. So we're going to, I guess it is a little bit different than the butt cheek. It's more like a pointy nose. I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to fold over a little bit of it. I don't want to fold it completely in half. I don't want that much fiber up there, but I just want a little bit. Fold it over about a third of the way. And then into a pointy V shape. And again, with my 40T, just at the tip. Get rid of that seam, felting that shape together right there. You notice I just keep pinching it a little bit tighter as I go. So there's what I have. And I want to open up her legs a little bit. And I want that tip that I just made to meet right up, right in the middle of her tip of her torso shape, her pelvis area, right, needle it just down in front of her two little cheeks. So now this part is also going to serve to complete the wrap around her hips and to make her legs even stronger. Just going in there and make sure that's really tacked in. In fact, it doesn't hurt to use your black needle in a point like this. It looks like it hurts. Very delicate areas. If you ever have people watching, this is the time comments come in. So that's tacked in there really tight. So now I want to take this and just fold it up. And do you see how it's covering the top of that upper leg shape? So I'm going to use my attachment stroke and just attach it down. Probably hard for you to see it, and trust me, it's a little hard for me to see it. I'm probably felting by feel here. When I'm felting in my felting without cameras, I would be my head right over this so I could see down in there, but there you go. You can probably see that. So it's really important to get this attachment stroke heading up. You don't want it to cover across her leg, as she won't be able to bend and flex very well. Whoops, keep on going. There we go. I'm going to repeat it again on this side. I'm giving it a pretty good tug across here now that I have it so well attached. And she looks pretty chubby at this point, but it's all going to work out here in just a few moments. So I want to clean this up. There's a whole bunch more tuft and fluff than I need. See how that's working out. So I'm going to take my fingers and just spread all that out and hold it down. while I start tacking the loose fibers in. See if I can do this and get my fingers out of the way. Just start working your way down there. At some point you do have to let go of the fiber and hurry up and felt it. Okay, just tack it down. I hope you're just giggling and having a great time because her little body's adorable. We might see some of our own rolls and chub in here as we work. The wool is so much fun for the skin layer that we've started working on because it tends to flex and fold. You probably already see it, much like our own skin does. It's just a great medium, this wool is. So I'm going to sculpt. Sculpt, sculpt, sculpt. That just means rolling it around with these light, gentle jabs and getting her into a shape I like here. Start working this down. And remember, we're going to fill in here in these spots. So you don't want to sculpt it perfect right now, but you do want to get it into a shape that you're happy with. And we're going to add some more wool onto her chest as well, so it doesn't have to, you don't have to felt it down too much. But here I am going across because I don't want all that loft in her belly. I'm going to kind of flatten down her tummy a bit. Squish and poke. I think I'd like her to have a little bit more of a waistline, so I'm going to squish her this way. Going pretty deep with my felting needle, all the way to the end of my blade. When I'm trying to resculpt the shape like this, you tend to need to go a little bit deeper, and a heavier gauge needle helps as well. See how that got a little waistline? Let's repeat it on the other side, or she's gonna always look like she's tilting. Squishing it. That does half the work. You might have noticed that you could accomplish the same thing without the squishing part, but you have to felt it a lot longer. So I like squishing it first. As much as I love poking and felting, I'm really anxious to get my little fairy done, so I like all these little time-saving steps, like squishing as much as I can. But that black needle tends to be a little aggressive, so I'm going to put it away now that I have her waistline defined a little bit better. In aggressive, I mean that it leaves pretty good sized holes behind, and it tends to make areas hard really fast, and you can lose the lifelikeness of it all. Okay, we're going to move along. You sculpt your belly just as long as you want. But we're going to move along to her breasts. And those are two little nose shapes. Simple as that. Get that tuft out of there. So, and we're going to also use it to help attach her arms just a little bit. We'll use some of this loose fiber that's going to be left from these shapes. So I'm just trying to build up, let's see, two even shapes. You don't want her lopsided here at all. So I'm going to fold that over. And again, it's just a nose, so we want to flatten it. We want a nice flat end there. And gently, gently close up those seams. leaving as much fluff and loft in there as you can. Repeat. So for a very busty fairy, obviously you would use more wool. And for a really flat-chested fairy, I recommend doing this step, just using less wool. For male dolls as well, I don't skip this step, and it's an important part of the body, is developing the chest area. So we're going to attach these just above the belly. We don't want them way up high on the chest, even with the armpits. We want them below. So I'm just gonna right underneath here, just tack that on. Try to get it centered. Just do one at a time. So I'm going to lift her arm up here, and I'm going to separate these fibers a bit so that they wrap up around her armpit. So keeping on doing the attachment stroke till I get closer to her armpit, and then I want to start spanning those two joints, those two parts. If you have enough fiber to keep wrapping up her shoulder a little bit, it never hurts unless your shoulder is starting to get bulky, and mine was a little loose there, so I'm going to use that fiber instead of pulling it off. Here I go, spanning these two parts again. This upper arm's getting dense, and it's a little harder to attach it. I have to use a little more effort to pierce through. And so now just pulling that armpit up. See how much of a nice, beautiful, natural armpit that makes. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing. So again, separate it just a bit. And flex that arm up to a natural raised position and span those two joints. So now we want to work on getting this into a more natural, flattened fairy chest. Let's see here. Looks very, very full. So I'm squeezing them together, pushing them down so I can thin them out just a little bit. Pull off any loose chunks. So if you can, if you have enough fiber to continue spanning those two parts, that's good. If not, we have more opportunities to do that. Sometimes I run out of fiber for that. Just like here. Don't have much to go up there with. A little. I don't want to pull everything out of shape, but let me just get these tacked down as much as I can. So we're just slightly while these fibers are loose, slightly pull them apart and fan them one over the other to stop the cleavage. You don't want it to run all the way up to her chin, probably. Okay, so that's all tacked on. And now what you have to do is sculpt it. So just follow me. I'm going to lift them up just a little bit more there. All that pulling and tugging is probably pulled that out of shape a little bit. So just keep using my fingers to sculpt it and mash it in to position and then felt it. I want to kind of flatten it out up along her upper chest here. And tapering it. You start seeing the profile of it. It's looking much more natural. Before I go too far though, on one, I want to catch up and do it on the other side. It's a little extra fluff under here, so I'll start under here first. There wasn't much there. I'd already felted it down, so get that felted down really fast. Pull up just a little bit. So I can start working on the cleavage area, felting this down just a little bit. And just keep working my way around till I am happy with the shape. I'm happy with her curves. Flattening it out here. I don't want her to look like she's made out of a barrel. Okay, one more part of her main body structure after we get done sculpting will be her shoulder blades. We're going to turn her over here in just a sec. Flatten this down just a little more. So I'm going to turn her over, and what we want to do is just build up her some shoulder structure, some back muscles, and give her a little definition in her spine. So guess what you need? You need 2 little sheets of wool. 2 little sheets, about like so. A couple little thin sheets. She doesn't need a lot there. So all we're going to do, fold it over and again. And I don't want to worry about the seam or anything. It's going to get covered up. All I want to do is lay it. I want to picture where her shoulder blades might be placed. And where her spine's going to be obviously up the center of her back. So this we're just going to tack into shape. I'm going to needle felt it right down off to one side, off center just a little bit. I'm going to wrap these around just slightly around the side. I don't want to add a lot to her side because I want her to have a small waist, so I'm just going to stop right there. Repeat it. they kind of separate a little bit and they get closer together near the center of the spine, and then as it gets closer to the buttocks, the whole shape spreads out a little bit. So I want to bring a little bit of this over to her side, get it all tacked in, and then hold and tug off those extra tufts. I don't want to have to be felting it down into her little rear end. So I want to just take a few minutes here and sculpt it all down. So a little bit into her rear end, and remember the crack doesn't run all the way up straight up her back, so you want to get a separation there and start tapering it down right over here. Picture the rib cage. As you sculpt. So we don't want these looking like she has two chests. So we want to take some time and flatten these pieces down just a little bit. Tapering it down to her waist. And back to that circular thing. When you're sculpting, you're always working your way in and out of different areas. So I want to cover this up with a thin sheet of wool just to make that all blend nicely. You see how I'm not stabbing it straight in? I'm just trying to add a little thin layer on top, so I'm doing these very shallow sideways jabs. Most of the felting I do is the sideways jabs. And there is her torso. So what you need to do now is take a few minutes and sculpt all around. Just make sure any of this loose tail end fluff is felted down. And then we're going to start wrapping up the rest of anywhere you see core wool once we get her sculpted into perfection. And when I say perfection, it just means the moment that you're like, oh, I love it, I love it. And we're getting so close now to putting it all together, and it's so much fun at this point, because we've worked so hard and we're finally going to be able to get her head on and let her meet her little body and let her fly. Give her her wings and let her fly. So you see how I've just been sculpting, flattening anything down. Like I said, we're going to get back in here and add a little meat to her legs there. So if it looks a little thick, that's why. At this point. So if you want to sculpt in even more, like I was saying before, you can picture her little rib cage in there. If this is feeling too thick to you, deliberate long jabs with your 36T needle. Not a whole bunch of fast surface felts, but deliberate jabs, shoving the wool where you want it to go. She is getting such a cute little figure on her. And you can probably see we're getting that little arch in the torso shape is helping it all come together nicely. So I'm just sculpting, doing my same squishing and poking back here to get her into a shape I love. This isn't a step to rush through. You want to make sure that her torso looks like how you want it to look. So we're still going to be covering up these areas here with more layers, so don't worry too much about that. We're going to get back into that. I'm going to give her a little rear, a little more shape down here, and then we're going to start wrapping her up. Okay, I'm going to show you how to start wrapping up her joints. Now, I like my fairies. This fairy, she has definitely a little bit of meat in her upper thighs. It gives her a really natural, cute shape, I think. So, generally, I just like to wrap a little bit. I don't want to try to, for instance, let me just show you what not to do to wrap up her parts. I wouldn't take a whole piece of wool and try to wrap it all up like so, because I'm going to get a stiff log if I do so. So even though it looks like it might be faster and easier, it is not. The best way to do this is slowly. So I have a piece of wool about the same size we keep working with over and over. Let me break that in half and give it a little substance here. So I want to just let it wrap a little bit as far as it wants to go. In fact, it's a little too wide, not quite thick enough for what I want here. So starting up high on the leg, smooth it down with your fingers. This one's going to span up over the hip shape, but you've already attached it pretty good. So you just want to just tack it onto the surface. So, tricky part, tricky alert. She's very acrobatic. So I'm smoothing it out right across her groin and the top of her buttocks there. Gently spanning all the parts. Like magic. So let's smooth this other fuzzy end around. And it looks like it wrapped almost all the way around, but not quite, and that's normal. So felt that down. I'm holding my needle maybe at a 45-degree angle to it. It seems like a good, for getting it started, a good angle, rather than straight up and down. It doesn't work as fast. It leaves bigger holes. So I'm going, if you notice the direction of my needle when I'm doing this, sometimes I poke forward, sometimes I poke forward this way, sometimes I twist my hand just a little bit. Getting this layer attached just takes a little bit of finesse. Moving the angle of your needle very carefully. As long as you do it while you're poking, it seems to be okay changing the angle, but if you stop and then move it without it poking, you're going to break that tip off. So see how that's sculpting in a cute little leg shape? If I want to add a little bit more meat to her bones, it's really easy to put on weight. If you want to make her thinner after she's put on weight, you have to felt it all down, and it takes a little work. So I'm just going to go around that one time. If you wanted a little bit of a muscle definition there, just a little bit, you could roll up just a thin, kind of flat little tube. Tack it into place, kind of like you did the cheeks. And wrap your layer right over it. Instant muscle definition. She needs a little more wool here. The wrap didn't go all the way around. It didn't get quite reached around that little tubular muscle shape I made. See how cute that is? The easiest parts to overlook are these, when you're sculpting, are these difficult little joint areas, but they're the most important parts not to overlook when you're felting it all down flat. That's the first place it will pull apart. So 5-10 minutes or so of working around this should do. So this part of her will likely show the skin on her legs and her arms and her chest. So if you see any little VM or miscolored things, just pick out of the surface. You don't want it to see it. Roll back around under here. If you're finding that you're putting a lot of stress on your needle because your body part is dense, then I recommend switching for this point to a finer gauge, say 42T. And to speed that up, because it's such a lovely fine needle, you can use a double point for that as well. And you don't meet as much resistance when it hits the body part because it's finer and it slides in smoother. And the double points work together really nicely when you have two needles together for certain things. I find they're a little awkward for most. I prefer a single point. I love the control I get from a single point. Okay, that helped just finish that up. I'm going to continue. Now see, I have a little piece of core wool showing, but I don't need much muscle there. I want to keep the knee as thin and narrow as I can. With black fiber hiding on that. So I made just like a little patch to go across that core wool spot. The less wool you can put on, the less poking you have to do at this point. So we're going to just continue. There's a little core wool showing, and I wouldn't mind adding to her knee a little bit. But I don't want to add much, so I'm just going to do thin, 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 and work my way down there. And the ankle is the same. I want to keep the whole lower leg thin, so I don't think I'm going to build up any muscle. I'm just going to wrap it in the same manner I'm doing right now. A little bit at a time. This is a good time to use up some of this fluffy stuff you've been pulling off all those parts. If you're consistently seeing core wool when you're done, you're just not putting quite thick enough layer on. And if it's looking big and bulbous when you're done, it's probably because you're putting too thick of layers on. You'll get the hang of it. So I'm starting to think of what colors I want to see her dressed in. I'm starting to think of her hair color. If I want it to be curly or straight or really funky and psychedelic, or if I want it one color. Hair is so much fun. There are so many possibilities, so we're looking forward to that. That's a little bit of core wool showing right there. There's anything stubborn, use your sewing needle, don't use your felting needle to pull out, but sometimes you'll get a stubborn piece of EM that requires an extra bit of assistance. you notice I'm going straight in and out on this piece because I'm trying to sculpt the shape down as I cover it. So it's going to have a little tiny bit of a different texture than, say, the thigh. But to me it's important to get it into shape. And as I'm forcing more of this skin color into the core wool shape, I'm going to have to cover it a little bit again. And that will balance out the textures. There, pretty happy with that, and I just have a little few spots to cover with some skin color. Not much. How about some skin color without a piece of EM that I'm going to have to pick out? I find over the years that some batches of wool just has more in it than others. I figure it's a seasonal thing, and I just roll with it. So fun to work with a natural product like wool. And in certain characters, the more of it, the more straw and things in it, the more character it gives. Forest trolls and things, it's really fun to leave it in. You may even choose to leave a little bit of core wool showing. It just adds a little bit of color, a little bit of multicolored skin, and very natural like our own. There's tiny bits showing right there. So I'm getting happy with this. So now I just have to do the other leg and the arms. The arms don't need a lot, they just need to be covered up. So so let me show you this one. Let me go over what we're looking for. See, here we have, I told you that this area here would be all smoothed out and taken care of, and yes, indeed it is. Look at that. Look how flexible and beautiful. And none of it's pulling apart when we bend her into a natural range of motion. So we'll do the other leg just like we did the first leg, but I'm going to go ahead and just show you the arm real fast. Or not real fast. I'm going to leisurely show you the arm because part of the magic for me as needle felting is the relaxed pace, the not hurrying, just enjoying the sound of the poking and feeling and watching the wool take shape, listening to it, letting it kind of do what it wants sometimes. It's just such a fun process. I want to give her a little more. We didn't have quite enough wool on this shoulder piece to wrap around there, so I want to give her a little more meat around the back side of her shoulder joint. Span those two parts just like that. again, stretch it to its natural range. And then I don't want to felt in too deeply. I think I did just a little bit. When I stretched it, I felt it up too far. So this joint's tricky to get right. There's my sewing needle. I'm pulling it out just a little bit. I don't want it to look like two tubes attached, a tube attached to her arm. I want it to look like an arm. So see how I'm just carefully sculpting, trying to make sure to not make this joint really tiny. And continue wrapping. There's just that little bit left on that forearm, so it just needs to be patched in just a little. You want to keep it small. And as you fill in this forearm like you did for the lower leg, you're probably going to find yourself sculpting a nice shape into it. All those little tufts are so very handy. So the main thing is to get all of the fluffy stuff down, and it's sculpted into shape. So we're halfway done with that step. I have the other leg and the other arm to do yet. And then we can start getting dressed. And so to get her dressed, we usually do that. I usually start the process before I put her head on. The least tumbling around like this, the circular process, the least I do with her head and face, with her head connected, the less her face gets mashed all over. Keeps her prettier that way. So we're going to work on a headless creature for a little bit yet. And the last thing is the hair, because that really gets messed up when you roll it around a lot. So I'm going to work on this arm. I'm going to show you what I do sometimes just to fix up the arms. It looks just a little bulky right here. I have my heavy duty 36T to the rescue. See how that's slimming it down already? Just kind of flattening out that upper arm. And I'm forcing more of these arm fibers from the upper arm into the torso bottom part. So I'll show you what happens. I'm going to squeeze this. I want this joint a little bit tighter. her shoulders not so broad. So what happens is when I did that, I got some needle stab marks through there. So that's a good indication that I need to add a little bit more into that area, because that's where I was trying to make that attachment, and that's where it's looking thin to me. And since her shoulders are going to be showing, I want them to look like they're not about to fall off. So another little layer. I like to add these thin layers just a little bit at a time and check the results, because I don't want it bulking up any more than it already is. It's starting to feel stiff, and I don't want it to be too stiff, so I'm going to get this done before I get it rock hard. So spanning these two joints one last time here. I'm saying one last time, but that's probably not true. Once we go and finish the surface and make sure everything's right, I'm sure we'll have our needles back in there several more times. But for now, we're looking pretty good. Taper it down just a little more with this heavy duty guy, because it's just looking too broad there. That's looking so much more beautiful to me. There. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up the other one. So we made that muscle structure. I did it after I started wrapping it, but I'm gonna do it this time before I start wrapping it, because to be honest, it was a little bit of an afterthought. Doesn't always need it, just really depending on the size of your egg shapes. So I thought it made her leg look cute. All of my wool stash keeps sneaking into the camera. Just gets slowly pulled in. To that fun inside part. There's one part I wish I could skip of the needle felting doll making process. It's tedious work on the insides of the joints. It just always seems messy and difficult, but once you're done, it's worth it. So if you remember from back when we did this leg, we want this first wrap on her, on the front part of her leg, to cover up this little area there left over from when we put her tummy on. So I'm going to span those two parts. And then smooth it down. Anything that's too much that you just don't need, you know the drill, tear it off. So like I told you when we were first putting her bottom on, that all of this would be covered and it would look much more natural. And I'm hoping that yours is, because mine is. And it's really looking great. I'm getting really excited to get her dressed and finished up. This part of it, when I get to this point, it's just so hard to stop. It's hard to stop and get any other thing done in my life. I'm gonna give that knee just another thin wrap. Span those two joints before I keep working. Okay, little body. This little body is really looking great. I mentioned early in the video that if you didn't want to use coral, it wasn't a necessity. And if you made all your little body parts out of the same flesh color, you would still need to do this step just to get the figure in the correct shape. So it just is a little easier to cover flesh tone with flesh tone, but this way you can really get a nice even covering. And either way, neither way saves any time, really. So if you don't have coral, don't let that stop you. One leg's looking a little bit chunkier and longer than the other. And I want them to be more even, so let me see what's going on. This one is definitely thicker, so I just need to keep sculpting the knee down. And as I do that, I can start shrinking these shapes a little bit. Her legs aren't far off, so probably as I felt it down, it'll shrink up shorter too. So I'm flexing a little bit. This one's more tightly felted down. So it needs just a little bit more on this side. Looks a little bit lopsided to me. Right through there. Every time you add another layer, you have to go through this whole process of felting it down. Even in the difficult areas. But that made a difference to me, I think, already. So anyways, that's all part of sculpting. It's getting everything balanced and even as best as you can. And remember that nobody is exactly even. And that's what makes us all so amazing. And that's what's going to make your dolls amazing too. I think she's looking pretty wonderful. So, I'm going to repeat all that I did with this arm. Get that fixed up. First wrap is going to be over her shoulder and fill in all that stuff. We're on the home stretch now. We are definitely on the home stretch. And we're going to have one more little body part to make as we go along, and that's going to be her neck. And that is one of the most important parts to make. So before we put our flesh color away, I'm going to show you that just as soon as we get her finished up here. Okay, she needs just a little bit more here. Make her elbow strong and finish up that last little wrap. We've come this far together, we might as well do this too. Even though we've already showed you on the first elbow. Wow, we did it! We have a fully jointed little body that's ready to become a little fairy. She's so cute. If I had more time, all the time in the world, and the cameras weren't running, I would sculpt her arms down just a little bit more. And I will do that, and you'll see. Hers are sculpted down to be just a little bit thinner. So I keep sculpting down her body parts just a little bit. But we're going to move along now. We're going to set this body aside for just a few minutes while we make a neck. While we have all our flesh colors out, we're going to put them away for good here in a bit when we start getting her dressed. So while we have them all out, let's make a little neck. Since you're getting so good at handling the wool and pulling off pieces, it's a good time to learn a brand new technique. So these necks are really very small. They're very, very short, but they need to be really strong, slightly flexible, and they need to be able to attach seamlessly to both the torso and the head. So to do that, we're going to take, let's see, fingers full. This sheet's fairly thick. I'm going to tear it in half again and stack it up, and I'm going to make a little sandwich of about 3 sheets. It needs to be fairly thick. You see about how thick that is? I can press it. Just try to give you some ideas of the size we're talking about here. So once I get my little stack ready, just put put it on my felting pad, and I want to start just rolling it up. I like to, let's see, like a sleeping bag that you're going to fit into a stuffed sack. You want it as tight as you can, but the difference is here is I want to leave these loose fibers on both sides. So just this middle section, you're going to roll it up, you're going to pinch it as tight as you can, roll it up really tight. Here's what I'm doing. I'm holding on to this loose end and I'm putting pressure, pulling forward. Got it tight. If it's easier for you to put it on a hard surface, it's sinking into my pad. If I was off camera, I might just put it on my table and roll it up so it didn't keep sinking. But it's sinking. That's okay. So my fingers are getting a little tired from pinching it so hard. So what I want to do is only needle felt a section in the middle that is that wide. 1/2 an inch or less. You don't want her neck very long. She'll look a little odd. So these fibers are still loose. I'm still pinching. So I want to make sure that I get some of that tail as I go around. So I'm going to keep rolling it, and I want to just keep an eye on that first 1/2 inch space and just keep needle felting back and forth. Like I said, a 1/2 inch or less. I'd go for a 1/4 inch back and forth. Your extra wayward stabs will do the rest. So it's starting to hold itself together. I'm not felting all the way through to my pad, but I am going down most of the length of my needle here. I want it felted firmly in the center. So that's where I'm trying to stop my needle, is somewhere in the center of this little tubular thing here. Those 3 thick sheets of wool felted down pretty small when you compact them so tight. And the felting goes fast too. The tighter you roll up shapes, the faster you can felt it, as long as you can hold that shape until the needles do their job. So it's kept that little tiny 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch width, and I've gone around it a few times already. And that should be about good. I know it doesn't look anything like a neck. So what we're going to do is, these fibers have been all rolling around, so they're kind of getting felty, so I want to trim them off by tugging on both sides. So we found out the thumb shape this way. Seems like we found out something else. All the finger shapes we found out this way. I don't want to pull anything out of the center. If you pull, it'll be pretty easy to tear the guts out of this shape. So you just want to gently ply them apart. When you get to a little tuft in the middle, same thing, just really gently. If you need to get your sewing needle in there to assist you, you'll see where you started rolling up the wool. You'll see that little hollow spot in the middle. So you want to just keep pulling back to that. And you can see that the neck is starting to stretch out a little bit, and that's exactly how you want it. So the same thing on this side. Just start fanning them apart without pulling anything out of the center. I've ruined several neck shapes doing that. So I'm going to give it a little stretch all the way around. And in there, the wool's probably going to try to start curling over your felted spot. Don't worry about that at all. And that's about what a neck should look like before it's attached. So like I mentioned, we're not going to put her head on her body yet because we're going to get her dressed first, and one of the last things is to attach her head. But we're going to put her neck onto her head, and that's always fun. So let's see, I'm fanning it out. It looks like she has a ruffly collar. She looks so cute like that. But that's all going to disappear as we go. So straightening them out again. I don't want to add a lot of bulk under her chin, so looking for a nice thin part of this to put under her chin. So generally, the neck is just right in the center of the bottom of the head. If you want her looking up, you could place her neck like that, but I find it easiest just to put it on straight, and then you can play with her head, her position of her head once you get it onto her body. So, excuse me. So, like all the other parts, as you're attaching them, you want to get them connected tightly first by squishing them. I'm squishing her face a little bit. I might get her out of shape. This is a really rough attachment, so you might have to do a little fluffing up on your face a little bit when you're done. So what I want to do, I'm not going to use my black needle on this, but this right here's where I started felting that little line, that felted part of it. So I'm starting to attach it right where the felted part starts. And I'm going to go into her head about maybe a 1/4 inch. And as I work around this shape, I want to make sure that the fibers that are going to attach to her body are not curling up. They're going to want to. They're going to want to curl up and get felted on. So make sure that you keep them smooth and out of the way, the fiber on the lower part of the shape. It helps you see what you're doing too. Start felting on the edge of where you stopped felting on your felting pad and up into the head about a 1/4 inch. Go around as far as you can until you can't see what you're doing anymore. Adjust your squish. Make sure it's all still lined up nice. Make sure none of these fibers from the other side are coming down over. It'll make for a messy neck. The most important part is to keep these two parts squished tightly as you do this. You do not want air gaps between your neck and your head. It'll be floppy and it'll drive you nuts. So what we're going to do is just keep working our way around, and you can start sculpting in the back of her head shape a little bit better now that she has a neck. There's some core wool showing that I'd like to fill in. Just follow the shape that you've already sculpted under there, even though you can't really see it. So now I want to start pulling off this fluff because I just don't need to keep felting it up around all this Lovely shading work I've done. Just don't need it up there, so I'm gonna pull it off. That head should be that neck should be felted on pretty good. So I'm still squishing the parts together. And I'm just going to lay down these loose fibers and get them sculpted onto her little head. You can really start sculpting in her jawline now that she's got a neck. And all that sculpting you did on the bottom of her head shape under her jaw is making this for a really strong connection here. If it was your egg shape was really loosely felted under there, this would be a hard attachment to get secure. It's amazing how these fibers want to sneak from one side way up here. They want to connect with these fibers down here. So that's how you attach a neck to a head. You see how short it is, and it's going to get a little bit longer, not much, when we attach it to the torso. And it's just made her face look so elegant and pretty, just like that. And so you know, the rule of thumb is if you're not in love with your little fairy face, your little fairy, it just means you're not done yet. You can always get in there and change features around a little bit. And usually I wait till I get the whole head onto the body before I do that, because she can get so smashed out of shape during that process as well. So when we get there, we'll do a quick little review of getting her into the shape you love. So we're going to get our little fairies dressed before we attach her head and her wings. And I always start from the feet up when getting any of my characters dressed. That way, by the time I get up to their chest area, I can attach their head and I don't have a lot more work to do, and their heads will stay in nicer shape throughout the process. So I've decided to go for this blazing lime green color, and I think they'll go together. They'll be like sort of little tropical fairies. But of course the colors are your choice, any color you love. And I'm just using wool batting wool batting for this. And I'm going to make her little shoes match just like I made hers both pink, just for simplicity, but you can do anything you want. So we're going to make these little tiny slippers, and while we're doing that, we're going to sculpt her feet into a nice little pointed position, so she looks more like she's flying. And it's why I told you not to do too much sculpting on her feet, because we were going to put her little slippers on and do it then. So I'm always pulling off small chunks of wool. By now you can probably figure out how much you need. So I want to start with this little area around here. And I don't need to flat felt anything. I could lay it down and flat felt an edge in. But what I'm going to do is just fold it in half instead. I find it's just easier to get it in place. So, see, I started putting it on upside down like I was wrapping her foot. Well, that would have made a boot. I want to make a little slipper. So most of her foot's going to show. And that fold, I don't want to pull the whole thing too tight. I want to leave some wool in there and not pull that fold. I want to leave a little body in that fold. You'll see what I mean here in a sec. So I'm just going to tack it on, not really touching that edge at all, just tacking it on the top of her foot. So then I can start using that attachment stroke very gently and get this little slipper into the shape I want. I'm going to start bringing it. You can see it wraps around the side of her foot, but I do this in 2 pieces. It just makes it easier, so I'm making sure there's still some clean fibers folded over there. Just going to bring it around the side of her foot a bit towards her heel, and again just gently tack it on. Turn her foot over. Make sure those fibers are folded over. The same thing. And then I'm going to wrap it around her entire foot. If you have enough, do so. So this is important to just do very shallow stabs, because if you poke really deep, you're going to push green fiber up to the top of her foot. And that wouldn't look very nice, and you'd have to cover it up with some more skin color, and it's just a little more poking you'd have to do. It does happen, but if you're aware of it, you can minimize it. Just going to straighten that out a little bit. Adjust the line of her slipper. And in doing this, I'm going to start making her toe a little bit pointed. Did I mention it's a circular process? Keeping it all straight, making it look like a little slipper while felting it onto her foot. So you just do a little bit at a time. Turn her foot over, and now I have it laid pretty flat on the pad, so it's in that nice pointed toe position. Just gently, gently, not wanting to push fibers all the way through. Here I'm going to start sculpting in that little point in her toe. You can taper it down. I'm sculpting her foot down a little bit too while I'm doing this, shrinking it up a little bit. I want it fairly dainty and petite. If you want to make a big-footed fairy though, they're so cute, I'm sure. So it's all up to you. Okay, so go over that a few times, make sure the tip's felted nice. You need to squish to get it in shape. Squish and poke. You know the routine. By the time you're getting these dolls dressed, you're pretty well versed in needle felting. After all the steps we've been through, you've made that beautiful little face. You're getting it. You're getting it down. So I think it's always a good idea to repeat this step before we finish the whole shoe. Just go ahead and repeat it for the other side. Helps you get them more matched. So if you remember, I just took a little sheet of wool, folded it in half, placed the fold right above, right near the arch, started tacking it in place. Start pointing it down towards her arch in the back of her foot there. The reason I leave a lot of fluff and don't pull this too tight is that when I sculpt it, it keeps this from pulling from where I felted the line on. So where I felted the edge. So if I leave enough fiber, I can felt down without pulling off what I've already done. I hope that makes sense. Vegetable matter can go, and get those fibers folded over. Don't pull too tightly. There seems to be a little bit more fiber on this than the last one, so again, you know that routine as well. Hold on tightly and tug. So before I go too far, I want to adjust this little shape here at the front of her foot on the top. Try to make it fit on this other foot, just like it did on the first foot. So now I just have to sculpt it all down into shape. Start working on that little pointed toe. So I like to start getting them matching, and if you lay them right next to each other, you can see this one's a little bit bigger, needs some work. It helps you get a visual on the shape of the foot too as you're sculpting. So that nice soft foot that you had gave you a lot of wool to sculpt with to get her foot into shape. So the next part we're going to make is just the part that wraps around the back of her foot, and it's going to connect right up right on the side of this one. So it's the same exact way. We just want a longer piece. I call this drafting it. I think that's what's it's known in the yarn spinning world. When you pull apart fibers gently without tearing them completely apart, you're drafting them apart. So again, let's get it folded, a nice smooth fold. And I placed it right behind her heel, and it's centered. So there's even amount of fibers coming around both sides. So I want to tack it down around her heel loosely. Make sure there's enough fibers to get a nice clean edge. Keeping that fold in place, I'm just going to tack it right up to the edge. Go around the other side. Okay, the fibers are pulling a little bit too tight there, so before I go too far, I want to make sure to pull that back a little bit. So it looks like I'm going to have plenty of wool there. I'm going to have to tug a bit off because I don't need to keep felting over where I've already done. but I'm gonna wait until I get it sculpted around the heel and the back of the foot there. So sometimes if I stand her up, I can get a better attachment around the back of the heel. Just trying to grab a few fibers and push them into the heel shape. Okay, I think we can look at starting to get these out of our way. I'm going to hold tight to her whole foot and heel area and tug. If you can't get it all at once, just tug a little at a time. Oops, I probably tugged some out of shape. So just keep sculpting it down. Clean up those edges. Pinch and poke until you have little feet that you're in love with. That's how you know that you'll know when your feet are finished. Of course, you can keep sculpting if you've changed the flesh part of it up here, the part of her foot that the skin is still showing. If any of that got messed up, then go over that. So she needs her other foot done. Draft apart a piece, fold it over, let's get her turned over, and placed, let's see, it might be easier that way, placed right behind her heel. My slippers don't match perfectly well, so let's see what we can do about that. Well, for me, it's just easier to add a little bit more wool to this top edge. It's not going to take very much, but I want a good clean edge, so I want a fold that I can't see through. So we're just gonna fix up this line just a little bit so they match a little bit better. Sometimes it's just so hard to see it with all that wool. When you're first covering it up. Don't want to bulk it up too much there. The deeper strokes that I'm taking, I'm actually pushing fibers really deliberately deeper into the foot. And I go slower because I don't want to beat it all down. I'm just trying to take away some of that extra bulk without felting the surface down a lot to make it really hard. Let's see if that helped. Yep, sculpt it down and we have two little feet that match a lot better. You can embellish this, you can put little flowers on there, you can stripes, polka dots, whatever you want to do. A little pom-pom, a little wool pom-pom would be a cute idea on her little slippers. Or you can just leave them plain. And again, keep sculpting until you feel like her feet are magical little fairy feet. So the next step is to get her little suit. So I just cover her whole torso with the color to make like a little bathing suit. And I use the same techniques that I use on the shoes. So you already know what to do. I saw something. Whenever I see something that needs an adjustment, even if I'm filming, I still pick up my needle and fix it. I don't even realize I'm doing it sometimes till I realize I'm doing something that I wasn't talking about. So we're going to use the same techniques we used for the shoes. Really no different at all. We just want to be careful we don't felt down her cute little figure. So I want to start out covering her rear end. So I'm going to make that fold again. See how that works? So nicely. Hold it in place and just use that attachment stroke to go along the edge of where you want it to be. And that's your decision of how you want the cut of her little suit to go. So bring it down into this little tedious area. And don't worry too much in there yet. So let's just take a look at our little model, see how I've done it. I don't want two separate cheeks. I want to kind of cover them, even though they're so cute. It's really tempting to leave them in their little naked glory, and it's absolutely fine. I do it often. I get them to that point, and I'm so in love with their little bodies, I just don't bother getting them dressed. Sometimes I let them hang out for a few days and then get them dressed. It just depends. So here I go. So I don't want that fiber in the way. I'm going to push it up there a little bit. Get her out of the way, get that out of the way. And get this one in place. Just like the first one. Okay. Sorry, little fairy, but kind of has to be done. So I'm just really surface felting. I'm not wanting to change her shape much, but I also don't want to add a lot of bulk to her shape. I want to try to preserve her shape while gently covering it. So I'm just felting it down gently. It's so adorable. So I need to determine where on her back I want her little suit to stop. So I can stop it right there if I want it. It can be cut fairly low. So if there's enough fibers to fold down and attach. And if you don't have enough, you just have to get a little bit more. A nice smooth fold in that. Pull off anything you don't need. And just continue, sort of like how you were filling in the legs and the arms and the body. Just continue in small pieces. If you try to wrap her all in a big thick piece of wool and then sculpt it down, it won't be as fun. So I'm still doing a lot of sculpting to make sure this green layer gets sculpted down to her little body. Squeezing in her waist some more. I want this to hug her tight. I don't want to see needle pokes, I just want to see a nice clean line. So, being really careful with my attachment stroke there. Okay, so we're going to move along to the front. The same techniques. We can even make a whole nother little belly shape just like we did the first time, just use less wool. Make a nose shape, except for it's pointed into a V. And one more time. Holding that into shape. So I'm just flattening it out with my thumb, smoothing it up as I go, and felting it down. Don't want it to give her more tummy, just want to give her good coverage here. So let's let these two sides match up nicely here. Let's see what happens. Pull off that little bit of excess there. The style of her little suit is so up to you. If you're a seamstress, you can certainly sew her little outfits. Because she's so flexible, she'd be easy to get dressed. If you're a wet felter, you can Nuno felt her a beautiful fairy outfit. So, preserving her shape. If you have to fill in anywhere, go ahead and do so. And so let's get the upper portion of it done. So this one is, she doesn't have, it's sleeveless. There isn't any straps or anything. You could certainly go off one shoulder if you wanted, but I'd recommend waiting until we get the head on. In fact, let's just wait now. Speaking of the head, this is a perfect time to get the head on, even though she looks a little underdressed. We're going to just pause the clothing part of it right now, because when we attach her head, there's going to be fibers coming down, and we don't want to contaminate any of our hard work with flesh-colored fibers from her head. So I'm going to just clean up my fun green wool here for a minute. I'm going to need it again to finish her up. She's so happy. She's been waiting so patiently to be attached to her little body, and I'm really excited. This is, well, I always say this is my favorite part. This is one of my many favorite parts of needle felting, when the head meets the body. It's the magic. It's one of the most magical parts of it. So I want to fan these fibers out just as much as I can. I want the base of her neck to widen out into her shoulders, so I want some of this felted part. And it doesn't want to give it up always very easy, but I think we're doing good here. So that's what mine looks like on the bottom all the way around. So what we're going to do, and this part's probably the trickiest and the most important attachment of them all. Sometimes it takes some surgical finesse, or squishing and poking finesse. So what I want to do, like all the other attachments, is make sure it's centered and make sure those two pieces are squished tightly together. Sorry, cute little fairy face, but it's just necessary. So I'm going to grab her shoulders, I'm going to even over squish a little bit. Make sure she's centered. So let's see, I don't think I need that big black needle. And here's why. If we would have gotten her dressed, we'd have been covering all that up right now. So I'm bridging that gap from the two joints, and I'm just going to get it tacked into place before I do too much more, I want to get it attached to the back of her head, the back of her body. Keeping it all straight. Squished together. Get those fibers pulled down. So we've got it attached on the front and now on the back. And it's still going to be wobbly and awkward because we need to work around the sides, but let's just double check. Hi, little fairy. She looks so happy. Let's just double check. It feels like she's attached good. I can feel a little air on these sides, a little loose. I can't feel it, the air. I can feel there's a loose, it's loose there. There's a little gap, so, but not on the front or on the back. So I'm going to keep the squishing part going. Squish her down tight. And let's make sure there is no gap. All the squishing can distort her head, shape her face, so we're going to go over it one more time before we're done. And I'll give you a few more pointers too on how to make her face just as lovely as you want it to be. Okay, so now I'm going to move to this next side and it's feeling nicely attached. And sometimes she just winds up in the, they'll wind up in the, looking off just slightly, or just from the way that you get them attached, even if you don't mean to. So I'm going to still pull off any of this fluff that's wanting to bunch up at the ends, right here. So because of all this stabbing, we have to get it attached good. We have some holes that we're going to have to work out. Seeing a little corbel showing right there. Have to get that patched up before I call her finished. So what I'm doing now is just sculpting, blending this nice new neck into her whole chest area. Oh, I can't tell you how much these little things just make me giggle. Every creation, every needle felted creation I make makes me giggle. It makes me want to create more. Many more. So her head's on. You notice I just started sculpting her body as I was visiting with you. So we can continue. There's a little corbel showing there as well. That's going to be hidden under her hair, so I'm not as worried about that as the little chunks on her arm and stuff. So if you have any showing, go ahead and fill them in at some point. I'll get to mine. All right, let's get her little top on her. So, a moment ago, before we put her head on, I said if you wanted to do something, say, off of, you could make straps. What you just want to do is just fold up some wool. You could make one of the kind that goes around her neck. The straps that connect her bodice. I don't even know if I'm saying that wrong. The straps that connect her to her top. So it kind of depends on how you design them. So, I'm just looking at my little model here. I could give her a flat tube top all the way across, but I want to give her a little curve in hers. See, like this one. So I put that fold in it, just like I've done on the shoes and on everything else. And you want it to meet up with the work you've done on her backside. And voila, look at how pretty that matched up. Make sure that edge is nice and neat and it's felted down to her body. You always want to make sure your needle's pointing under the color. If you felt this way, you're going to push green fibers out into her skin. So always make sure to point it under itself. Repeat on the other side. So right here, you'll see some fibers that are not lining up as pretty as the other side. So I'm just going to take my sewing needle and get them out of there. And felt them back down into the direction they're supposed to be. Okay, so now these should match nicely, just like the other side did. Okay. Pull off that excess. Without pulling off her top. And do a little bit of sculpting. Isn't she cute? So if you want straps, you can work that out. You pretty much know all my tricks. You could give her straps like that. You could give her, probably need a little bit more. Those kind of straps, they just go around the neck. I'm going to leave her just like this. And I believe I think I'm done with my green. I may need a little bit to get a waistband in here, but I think I'm not. I think I am done with my pretty green wool. So if she's sculpted into shape, her whole self should still be looking a little fuzzy. We're going to need to go over her with some finishing techniques. But if she's looking a little fuzzy, that's okay. She's happy to be alive. Look at how flexible and she is just happy. Even though she's very beautifully bald. Gosh, I could even keep her like that. She wouldn't mind a bit. There's a million ways you can do dresses and outfits for these things. I decided on those little petal-like things with using prefelt. Prefelt's a really fun product. It's wool batting, the stuff we've been using all this time. It's been laid out on a needle felting loom. It's been laid out flat, and then hundreds of needles felt it down, and they felt it down real loosely. It's not fully felted yet, so there's still enough loose fibers to needle felt with. It just makes it so fun to use. So what colors do I want to use with her little dress? I like the hot pink. Let's see, I only have a few colors here available on my felting pad. So for this step, we're going to need some scissors. And I'm just going to cut out a whole bunch of little petal shapes. It really doesn't matter the shapes, just the shapes that you like. And let me show you. I don't use any pattern. They can be short. If they're short, they're going to stick out a little bit more. If they're long, they're going to drape down. You can make them multi-lengths. If you have pre-felt scraps, it's a great way to use up some scraps. So you get the idea. Just cut out a whole bunch of little petals. If you don't have pre-felt, you can make your own little petals. Just like you made the hand shapes. You're going to want to draw them into a flat piece of felt right on your felting pad. You want these little petals to be thin, and this could take a little while. That's why I recommend pre-felt. So you can make a whole bunch of little petals just like this. They tend to be a little stiffer than pre-felt too if you use a lot of wool. They can be gorgeous. You can add all kinds of shading and coloring if you want. So if you don't want petals, let's see. Felt that down a little bit with my hand and smooth out the back. They're a little rougher. They're a little stiffer. So you have to work that out if you don't have pre-felt. So I have my little pile of pre-felt petals cut out. With pre-felt, you're going to see that there's a fairly rough cut edge. I've just let it be on this, and it doesn't bother me a bit. If it does bother you, before you attach them, you just take a minute and felt it down in your hand a little bit. Kind of work those edges a little bit. Just do that for each petal. You can even finger sculpt it right down to a point. And that cleans up that rough edge. Or you can leave it. That's what I opted to do. I think it's just as fun that way. So I'm going to start attaching these little parts right along her waist. I like to give each one a little bit of a fold. Attach it down a little bit so it pleats a little bit. I want these little pink ones, the light pink ones underneath the darker pink ones. See how I pushed in right there? I saw a spot that I didn't quite get felted enough. I want more waist there. She looked a little like she was carrying something inside her little suit. Maybe she had her cell phone in there. But we don't want it in there. So there, I felted it out. You can make this really fringy. You could even use yarn. You could use raffia to make like a hula skirt. That could even be felted on. You can just felt a layer wool right over the end of it. There's so many options. So many options for creativity when it comes to needle felting. Again there, I saw something I needed to fix. Well, I thought I cut out a lot, but it's looking, well, maybe I cut out enough. I certainly didn't count them. I don't want to start thinning them out though to make them reach. I want to make sure I get them layered on there like I've done all the others. Just take a few more minutes to cut out some more. But I think I'm going to make it. Let's tuck one more little pink one in here. Pretty wild colors there, I must say. It's kind of hurting my eyes. So now I just want to go along and sculpt this down just where I've attached it. See, I'm poking up into it, into her body, and it's kind of lifting these little petals up a little bit. I think that's an adorable look. I'm just going to go underneath here and make sure that they're attached there as well. Isn't she cute? Still sculpting in that little shape to perfection. And now I just want to cover up this little edge here. Once I get these petals arranged like I like them. They're wanting to hang under her like a tail. Let's see, let's get them sticking out a little bit more. They're so fun. Okay, so I am going to get a little more of my green wool out. I'm just going to make her a little waistband just to cover up all that ruffling and puckering I just did. So see how I just rolled that up? Make sure all the loose fibers are underneath and you have this where you want it, covering up the top of the little petal shapes. Just keep pinching it into shape so that it stays even. Keep sculpting these little petal shapes as I go too. Why not? Whoops, still holding tightly. Okay, and then pull this other one around. Hopefully I have enough. Probably have to patch that in. The way I see it, we have some wings, some hair, and some eyebrows left. So I'm going to get my black needle out and just make sure that these just going to stuff them up underneath that little waistband I just did. So, there we go. Isn't that cute? So, before I go much further, I want to just find just a little bit more flesh color and clean that up first, put those away. And I want to get the top of her shoulders a little bit better. This kind of got a little bit messy when I was doing that neck attachment, which is very common. So I just want to make this her back a little bit lovelier. So I worked out her little skirt. I think it's cute. the big key for me on this was to use this black needle to grab these and pleat them a little bit and push them up, and it just picked up the little petals so cute and made them hang right. So the 36 needle was a real lifesaver for me on that one. So we're going to move along to her wings and her hair and her eyebrows. But first, before we get too much more attached and going on to her, I want to take a few minutes to review her face and her face structure now that you have it connected to her body. Hopefully your neck isn't too long. If it looks really long, you can use those shrinking techniques of pushing, squeezing and poking. You can do that with the neck as well. If it looks too thin, you know how to wrap. You know how to give any body part a wrap, and the neck is no different. So you can add bulk to the neck if you like. And if the neck's too thick and you absolutely can't felt it down and you don't love it, you can pull it all apart and start over again. But I'm really hoping you love it, and it's holding up her head nicely. She can twist and turn without it all pulling apart. There's still that little bald spot. I don't want to overdo it and try to pull it off, but it's a pretty sturdy little neck. So in getting her head attached, I noticed one of her eyes, the slant was changing. So I got my sewing needle out. It's getting hard to pierce in. But when you're working on things like eyes and trying to get this, making sure that everything's all lined up correctly, you can easily stick your sewing needle under things, behind things, and pull them, flatten them, straighten them out. And for extra security, to make sure that oh, now it's out a little too much, but to make sure it stays in place, I do this thing called back felting. I call it that anyway. I don't want to poke all the way through to the front of her eye, but my needle is right back there. And where that eye keeps sinking back, I'm just going to give it a little bit of felting right behind it. It firms up the back of that surface and it'll stop sinking in. So if one of your features keeps sinking in, you can always try back felting. Her nose, if you look at her little profile, I keep working it out, but it wants to shrink way back in. So every time I mess with her head and get her neck on, it shrinks back in. So let me see if I can't just fix that. See how I have the sewing needle tugging the bridge of her nose out a little bit. So while it's in there, just do a little more felting on each side of the bridge. And then I'm going to do that back felting method. I'm going to put hair on her head, so I'm not worried about putting big holes, but so I can feel that needle's wanting is right there. And what I'm doing is felting right behind here, and that little bridge of her nose will stop sinking into her head. You have to be really careful, and so you have to be careful not to break your needle, because I like to use my yellow because it slips in nicely and it felts nicely, but it also, can pierce through the wool in a hurry. So that firmed that up quite a bit, and it's not going to be sinking away so deeply anymore. So before we add hair and shading and all, hair and wings, I want to go over her whole surface and make sure it's all finished and even and nice. Getting her face back into shape here. It needs just a little more sculpting down because it got squished out of shape. So I'm going to show you one more trick with the felting needle. When I'm working on these eyes, I often get the felting needle behind it to give the final shape and cleanup, which is what we're going to do for the whole doll right now, is just give her final sculpting and clean up any loose fibers, straighten anything out that's bothering you. By having the sewing needle under there, her eye shape won't sink into her head at all when I'm working on her. That needle out of my way. So I have my fine finisher now, my blue finisher, and so I can just go through and make these tiny little jabs, and if it's not grabbing what I need, then switch to my yellow. So you're just going through, and this process I'm just going to go over her whole entire body. If there's any shading or messy areas of little seams and things, a tiny little bit of flesh tone. If you have any blush or shading that's just not working, it's looking too harsh, or you have some little seams, like say right here, right where the ear attaches, let me just cover that up in a jiff. This fine needle is really fragile. You have to have a very delicate touch with it so you don't snap that in. But see how that just made that seam disappear? So I don't want any fuzzies laying on the surface, so I want to surface felt it. My needle's laying holding it almost parallel to my little project. And so if you notice, what I'm doing in this process is changing directions a lot. To eliminate lines and grooves, you need to change directions a lot. Felting in the same direction causes lines and grooves. And if you come upon one that's really stubborn, you can just gently work that line, spreading the fibers out. It's so subtle. So I'm changing directions often, and what I'm going to do is go over her whole surface, working at about just in a little spot at a time. I don't want to try to cover too much area at once. I'm not going to worry about the top of her head. She's getting hair, but I do want to get her forehead. Make sure that's all felted down nicely. Any little seams, there's a little seam from her eyelid. So usually what I'll do, it's because it's easier if I hold her in my hand and I usually just get away from my felting pad and just go sit down on the couch or somewhere comfortable, maybe outside, take her outside under the sunshine where I can really see things even in a new light, and just sit there and go over her entire surface. It might take an hour, but it'll be worth it. You're going to be working out all those little needle holes. You're going to be taming down any fuzzies, and if you have long stubborn fuzzies that just won't felt down, you just, and actually for me, taking her outside is the best because the sunlight, things really glow in it. But I don't like to trim off too much until I've tried to felt it down, because any cut fibers they can make her bristly, and we don't want that. Whoops, I have my yellow needle out again when I wanted my blue needle. I work out these little holes. I'm taking the tiniest, most delicate little jabs to do this as well. And they're so effective. Let's get her nose lined up a little bit better with the sewing needle. That got a little off kilter as well. Let's get that all perfect. Yellow needle up in there on this a little bit. One more time around her nose. Long, slow, deliberate jabs will really give you that final shape without changing things too much. Without felting anything down, I should say. If her expression has changed at all, or if you want to change it, it's really never too late. That sewing needle is so much fun. You can add a deeper smile, you can add dimples, you can make her grimacing to one side still. Or if you love her expression the way it is, you can leave it. It's never too late to go in and needle felt and change things around. If you get looking at her 3 weeks later and think, you know what, I'm going to change that a little bit. That's the fun of needle felting. You can undo it anytime. So, still looking a little bit like I have seams right in here. Layering is amazing. You can experiment with shading and blush too, with layering and lots of different colors. There, that's cleaning that up much nicer. So anywhere you've really worked at the wool, you're going to find that it looks different. It has a different surface texture, and a small sheet of wool, a thin sheet of wool over it, will make it blend in with everything else. The wool I'm using is quite fine, and it has shorter fibers, and so it tends to leave needle holes. If you're using a longer wool, longer fibered wool, say with coarser fibers, you might be felting down a whole bunch more fuzzies right now than these little holes. The shading I put on is showing through. It's subtle, but I think it still looks a little messy. I want it to show, but barely. If you put any shading on the inside of the ears and it's looking too thick, you can add a layer of skin tone there as well. Magically blending that shading, all that blush color. So let's work our way down. A lot of times the flesh color seems to get felted away, but this process you can fill in those little holes where you see core wool. Just by the direction you point your needle, you can push fiber, a little bit of skin tone from the surrounding areas, and it magically just adds a beautiful a beautiful finish, and you don't wind up having to add more wool, and you can't even notice that there's core wool showing. It just looks like natural skin tone. So underneath the arms, all that work we did, all that wool coming from all different directions can be smoothed down. Again, you can go crazy with embellishments. You can add color stripes, polka dots, whatever you want. You just have to needle felt it in. You can needle felt fabric right to these dolls as well. Pretty amazing stuff. Make sure it's not too fluffy on her chest area. And by going over it like this, you're going to be certain your doll is well felted. You'll find any soft spots. You'll find any areas where you haven't quite felted the wool down. And you're really going to give her a very strong surface, a very strong skin surface. So just work your way all the way down to the tips of her toes. It may take an hour, it may take 2. You may not mind it fuzzy. I didn't take the time to do it with her. And they do fuzz up a little bit with handling too, so the tighter you can get the wool down now, the less that'll happen. But if you like the fuzzy look, go for it. If you don't, then spend the time with the finishing needle in all directions. You can speed up certain areas with a double, but you'll find that it starts felting things down, or it becomes hard to pierce both needles in. But you can speed things up. So if you have a double finishing needle, by all means use it until it's not working out for you. Then switch. So looking over mine, I definitely need to finish her legs. I need to sculpt her heels and her feet into a little more shape. Take some time with that. But again, that's all something I can do while holding her in my lap, getting away from my felting pad, and taking some time just to sculpt. And I can do that anytime after her hair is on, as long as I'm careful. So we're going to get her some wings. For this little girl, I just made some simple wings out of merino roving. So I'll show you my simple process. You can look on the internet and find all kinds of fun instructions for wings for, say, sculpted clay dolls and things like that. Because her surface is so strong, you can actually sew anything you want onto her. So if you want to do other kinds of wings, maybe on a wire armature or something, sew some fabric ones, make some elaborate ones for her, whatever you want. But I'm going to show you just a simple technique how to make these little wings out of roving. Just going to pull off. I split the roving in half the way it comes from the factory, and then I tore apart 2 little strips. So wing shapes are basically like a flower petal, and I want to leave fluff on one end to attach to her body, and a little fluff on the other end to give it some little wing tips. Merino roving felt's really easy in your fingertips. So that's how we're going to shape these wings. So I want to spread these fibers out a little bit because we're looking for a slightly gossamer effect. So I'm just going to leave all the fibers laying just straight like that, nicely combed out. And then I'm going to take my yellow needle. Let's see, I'm going to start helping it with its little wing shapes. It's looking even a little bit too thick. Let me pull some off of there. I don't want to make her wings so huge that they're flopping around. They're just delicate little things. So let's see here. Save those because I'm going to need to make 2 more little wing parts, the lower wings. Okay, I think that'll work for me. So what I want to do is stab an outline of a wing right into the pad. Try to do it the same size. So I'm just going to go over the surface of the inside of this shape a little bit to start felting those fibers down. Gently tapping it using this sideways motion. Again, not holding on to my end of my grip tightly. If I did, it would break the other end of my needle. So let's see, we'll do this one. Trying not to step too deeply into my pad at this point, but those crunching sounds you hear are my needle going into my pad. It's inevitable with such a thin bit of wool. Okay. So now I want to needle felt this outside edge. It gives it some amazing amount of support, and it's all it is you just fold this over, roll it up right up to that line. I'm just doing it any old way that it works to get a nice edge around that wing. So you'll see merino roving doesn't quite felt the same with the needles as the batting we've been using for the whole workshop. These long fibers tend to just take a little bit longer to felt down, and you get these grooves showing up because they're all shrinking in the same direction. They don't have all this messy fiber to shrink in all directions, so it's just shrinking along the lines of these long combed fibers. So we're going to work with that as best we can. Okay. Okay, I've gone over those a couple times, and now they're close to the same size, but they're not exact. And so now what I want to do is just really carefully pull it up off the pad. Once you get them pulled off the pad, just work on this edge a little bit. And go to the back side. More of that sideways felting. So you just keep picking it up And needle felting a little bit on each side. And little bits in the middle as well. Okay, so now we need to make two more little ones, just tiny little wing shapes, the same exact techniques you used for these larger ones. Let's see here. Pull off two small thin pieces of roving. And they're about the same shape, they're just smaller. So and again, we'll pull those off. Okay, then I just want to take and hold on tight to what I felted, tear off any extra long stuff. And I'm just going to felt that down just a little bit more. I sort of twist the wings into a little tip. And again right here. It's not rocket science. They're just a cute little set of wings. So, fold it up all together. So now we're going to attach them onto her using these fuzzy bits right here. All these fuzzy bits. So let's get our little fairy out. And we're just going to set those right on the middle of her bag. See how I've got all of these wadded up right here into a little ball? I'm going to tack them in, and then I'm going to get the big felter out. I don't want to drive them all the way through her body. The fiber from these wings, I just want to get them attached. So it just takes a little sculpting to get the wings like the little petals of her dress, to get the wings having a little bit of body. And just get them sculpted to her until you like how they fit. I think my little fairy's ready to fly. She's pretty happy about everything. So, really the last thing we have to do to finish up our fairy, and it's optional, and that is hair. That is hair. So I have chosen some more blazingly bright color for us for our video. This is more merino roving. I've used merino roving for her hair too. Again, hair choices, you have many. I find merino roving to be simple, fun, and easy. So what I want to do, here's about I'd say about an 18-inch length of roving, just as it comes from the factory. So what I want to do is just pull off a length of it. I have my arms, my hands spread out. I try to pull like that, it won't. I could pull all day, so I have to spread my hands further apart until a solid chunk of roving comes out. So I'm spreading it out a little bit. And you can see we've used an attachment stroke to get it all the way around her hairline. And just let me show you a little trick to that. Get her little wings out of the way. So I have the fibers, I'm laying some of the loose stuff right up the back of her head, and I just want to tack them down. And so down here, however, there's that coral that's been driving me, that I've mentioned a few times, that it would be covered with the hair. So I'm going to draw in the hairline right down along this core wall line. So by drawing in the hairline, it's just like we've drawn in everything else. Get this, make sure her wings aren't getting felted into it. So where I'm picturing her hairline down there, right at the base of her neck, so I've gone over it a couple times, and that will allow me to pull her hair up. See how cool that is? I love how that works. But before we do that, we're going to move on to the front, and we're going to do the same thing for the front. Spread my hands apart just enough to where I can pull off a section of roving. Spread it out a little bit. Okay, now this one, her hairline comes along. I gave her this one a little bit of a peak, but it comes along right in front of her ears, just slightly right around her ears. So let me show you how I did that. So I'm going to lay it on, covering her adorable little face. So just like I did the back of her hair, I'm going to tack it onto her head. Nothing fancy, all that's going to be covered. But what I do want to start working on is, oh, poor little fairy, you're just buried in all this pink stuff. So I want to find her hairline in there. There's her eyes, I can feel it. You see it right up in the middle there. So let me see here. See how that works? Down in front of her ear just a little. And again on the other side. It looks really awkward. Until... So when you pull it back, you can see if her hairline's not quite right. You can flop it back over and adjust it. Okay. Let me get my sewing needle out and get that. I stabbed too far down her head here, and when I pull it back, I can see those fibers. So I'm going to get those cleaned up. Pull that up. I'm going to just make a little ponytail. Let's get this around her ears. Just tacking right around her ears here, right down. So, the line here is bothering me, so I want to clean up her hairline. We wanted to give her a little bit of bangs. Pull off a little bit. So for For bangs, you would just tuck that right in under the hairline that you've already started. Tuck it in, I mean needle it in. You can style it with the felting needle. You can give her a haircut if you don't like the look of her bangs. They're very cute, but you could just play with her hair until you have a style that you love. So this one, I just put her hair up into a ponytail. So I left those bangs on. I'm just doing something a little fun with them. So I'm just going to tack them to her head, following the lines of the fiber. I don't want to hard felt it down. And back here, anywhere it looks too puffy. Back here, and anywhere it might look too puffy. So you can get a piece of yarn, you can use more prefelt, you can use more roving, to make your little hair band. You can use a contrasting color. Some of the wool I used for her pretty eyes. So again, like her clothes, you can just get so fancy. So you can tie that, or better yet, you can just needle felt it right into place. I'm holding her in my hand. I just hesitate to lay her down on the felting pad too much at this point. It's everything roughed up and messy. I have my sewing needle in hand here, and I'm just going to comb out those fibers a little bit, straighten her ponytail out. Just really gently pull any excess out. Straighten up her wings, straighten up her skirt, and take more time than I did getting all of these things in place. Fix this little wing up here. And rolling it around always messes things up a little bit. And the very last thing our fairy needs is some eyebrows. If you have some roving, that's pretty easy to use. I'm going to use some of this nice hand-painted stuff that I was using earlier. My little model fairy has rather dark eyebrows. They can match her hair. That would be cute. I don't think I want to give her pink eyebrows. I think I'm going to give her some light brown eyebrows. So we want to tear this little bit of wool into just a thin little thing. I usually use just wisps of wool for eyebrows and wind up even pulling some of that off. I don't want them to look like little caterpillars on her eyebrows, on her eyes. Just pretty eyebrows. So I just twisted up a little piece a little bit, started felting it. I'm going to get a little piece to match here. So the placement of her eyebrows is completely up to you. The length, the size, you can go for real drama. If there's a thicker end of your little strip of roving, go ahead and put it in the center there. And so I'm just going to play around here. They're very easy to place. They're very easy to take off. You can give them looks of mischief very easy. So I just play around gently with my needle for a minute or two till I like what I'm seeing, and then I start just tacking it into place. If you don't have roving, you can easily use batting. It's looking a little thick. I pulled so much of it off. I'd rather pull off a little. Than have her look like her eyebrows would totally dominate her face. So just tacking in gently. I do not want to felt it down at all. In fact, your sewing needle is always useful for stuff like that. When you just felt around the needle gently and repeat for the other side. And your fairy is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I hope you had a great time learning how to felt fairies with me. I had a great time showing you how. Thank you so much. Happy felting from Felt Alive.